I think that's why I love you so much. I just had to call you first on my new phone. I love you. Y'all have a blast. Bye.
Secret love, secret love, secret love, love. What's in a name? 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 Fate's got a funny way, baby. 'Cause I miss you like I miss the rage, like I miss real ink on the page. Who knew, my baby? Who knew the hard times were the good old days? I miss you, miss kissing your face. Listen out to music we made. Who knew, my baby? Who knew the hard times were the good old days? Secret love, secret love, secret
I know none of this is your fault. Messaging you feels kind of assaultive. Saw your text, that's how I found out. Tell me the truth and his motives. I can't trust anything that comes out of his mouth. No, I can't trust anything that comes out of his mouth. How long has it been going on? Is it just sex or is there emotion? He told me it would stay in hotel rooms, never be out in the open. Why would I trust anything that comes out of his mouth? Oh, why would I trust anything that comes out of his mouth? We had an arrangement. Be discreet and don't be blatant. There had to be payment. It had to be with strangers. But you're not a stranger, Madeline.
Hey, he is telling you the truth. Our relationship has only ever been about sex. I can promise you that this is not an emotional connection. We don't speak outside of the time we spend together, and whenever he talks about you, it's with the utmost respect.
You tell me he's telling the truth. Is that the case or a line that he fed you? Wanna believe you, but is it a ruse? Lie to me, babe, and I'll end you. I can't trust anything that comes out of your mouth. I'm not convinced that he didn't fuck you in our house. Do you two ever talk about me? Has he told you that he doesn't love me? I bet he tells you he loves you. I've got an old, got an ugly. I wouldn't trust anything that comes out of his mouth. And why would you trust anything that comes out of his mouth? We had an arrangement. Be discreet and don't be blatant. And there had to be payment. It had to be with strangers. But you're not a stranger, Madeline. Madeline, Madeline, Madeline. But you're not a stranger, Madeline.
I hate that you're in so much pain right now. I really don't want to be the cause of any upset. He told me that you were aware this was going on and that he had your full consent. If he's lying about that, then please let me know, because I have my own feelings about dishonesty, and lies are not something that I want to get caught up in. You can reach out to me anytime, by the way, if you need any more details or you just need to vent or anything. Love and light, Madeline.
Flipping through my photo book, remembering the times that we cried quietly under a shade, wishing for a different kind of life. Keep you dead in my mind. Wish I could show you what we look like.
Hello, everybody. Happy motherfucking Tuesday. It's Jay. Thank you for the 8 months. Last beta, thank you for the 20 months. Dick's in a box. Dick is in a box. Hell is not hot enough. Laminas, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Netizen, thank you for the 4 months. CC, thank you for the gifteds. Okay. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay, this is just how it goes. Hold on a second. There we go. There we go. Hi. Hello, everybody. Oh, did Henry Kissinger die this year? Or was that last year? That was like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure. Time flies when war criminals are out here dying at an old age. All right. It is election day. It is. We got big stuff happening today. We have potentially the first Muslim mayor of you guys, can I start stream for like 2 seconds? Can y'all give me a second? I don't need to immediately tune into Hassan stream. I literally just started. I'm saying hello. Do you understand that maybe that's not super polite? I'm 1 minute into stream. Haven't even had a chance to finish saying hi to everybody. I know, we're excited. I understand. We have to do body segment first. as we do. Always do body segment first, okay? Where we talk about things that are happening with my body. Girl, aren't you afraid for the election? Well, it could potentially be very, very exciting. I think I'm a first-time chatter, but I just have to say how much I love you. What? Hello. That's so kind. Hi, welcome in. Okay, let me put on let me just put on my little Okay, cool. Great. Y'all, we have to do, come on. We have Farley's segment where Farley comes in and says hi to everybody. We're still kicking off the stream. I haven't even drank my Celsius yet. I haven't even gotten to the point where I feel like I could run through a wall. Hogan, thank you for the gifted staff. Thank you for the 33 months. Manong Hassan, thank you for the 28 months. Rain, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay. All right. So today, you people think you sound hard when you laugh at someone dies because you're all fake IRL. Okay. D Pretender. I need you to understand that Dick Cheney was not just someone. Dick Cheney is one of the most notorious war criminals of the 21st century. This is not some regular, normal person who died. This is not somebody who was just a conservative who I politically disagree with. He is responsible for millions of deaths, millions of people being displaced, millions who are still suffering from, humanitarian and refugee crises. Children who are suffering still today from acute malnutrition. We're talking a monster. We're talking somebody who is responsible for millions of lives being destroyed. This is not your racist uncle. I mean, he was somebody's racist uncle, but this is not your racist uncle at the Thanksgiving table. I need you to get... I understand you may hate some warlord, but these are children with brain rot who can't stop using buzzwords. What buzzwords, dude? What buzz? I kind of get it. Okay, good. This is I need you to understand that like a Henry Kissinger and a Dick Cheney, these were evil, evil men. These were evil men, cost thousands in young American lives, millions in lives across Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, across the Middle East, cost trillions of dollars. And they enrichen themselves. Dick Cheney's company, Halliburton, made billions of dollars in Iraq war contracts. This is an evil, evil, evil man. And he got to die at an old age, surrounded by his loving family and plenty of empty platitudes being shared for him today, many by the liberal establishment. Anyway. Yeah, so it is R.I.P. Bozo. R.I.P. Bozo is just Twitch speak. Okay? That's just how people communicate on this platform. But it is very much R.I.P. Bozo. Crab rave. Fuck that war criminal. Whatever you want to say. Yeah, why are you being so mean? He just wanted to spread democracy. Yeah, he just wanted to spread democracy, according to the New York Times. Not surprising at all. The New York Times obituary for Cheney is a crazy piece of propaganda, not a single criticism of his murderous policies, full acceptance of his alleged desire to defend the Constitution. They also claim that he wanted to expand democracy around the world. Also, it must be understood that Dick Cheney set the pathway for people like Donald Trump. For every administration post the Bush administration to utilize this bullshit of spreading democracy, fighting the war on terror. For the last couple of decades, post 9/11, what we have seen as far as the spread of authoritarianism in this country, the destruction in the Middle East, and the playbook utilized to justify said destruction, that is thanks to people like Dick Cheney. He was the most powerful VP and arguably the most powerful politician with the destruction that he caused and how he forever changed things. How he changed foreign policy, how he approached foreign affairs, domestic policy. So yeah, okay, we will be obviously getting into remembering the legacy of the very, very evil legacy of Dick Cheney, because I will not allow this man to be remembered as anything less than an evil motherfucking war criminal. He had blood on his hands until the day he died and has been buried in the ground. Still with blood on his hands. Mallard Duck, thank you for the 8 months. Hydrastat, thank you for the 3 months. JJ, thank you for the 9 months. Vale, thank you for the 32 months. Botgirl Meg, thank you for the 24 months. Hogan, thank you for another gifted. Okay, and then we will also be... So right now the polls have just closed in New York City. So, of course there's not, just the New York mayoral election that's happening. There are elections happening in, predominantly in Democratic areas in battleground states. And it also is the first look at the 2026 midterm elections. We have a proposition in California called Prop 50, and this is a redistricting ballot measure that Gavin Newsom has pushed forward as a way to counter what Trump and the Republicans have been doing in states like Texas. So today is huge, not just because of the mayoral election in New York City, potentially the first Muslim, I almost said first Muslim president, first Muslim mayor, but also because this is the first look at how voters are responding to this current Republican administration, to the Republican Party, and what what potentially the midterms are gonna be looking like. They're already calling it for Zoran. Hold on a second. Hold on. What? Wait. Okay, let's tune in. Let's tune in.
Cuomo won the Bronx in the primary. It's the only borough that's majority Hispanic.
Wait.
A lot of blue-collar voters here. Trump's support went up a lot, 10 points in 2024. Still lost the Bronx, got blown out, but its numbers do go up 10 points.
Oh,
If Cuomo,
my
again, this is the
God.
only vote.
Wait, where are they
Mamdani's
calling
better
it?
organized, so let's watch. But if
Is
the
it
Bronx
over?
stays Mamdani blue, then that will tell you everything. And then let's just come over
DDHQ has
to
called
Manhattan.
it.
And in Manhattan, again, this is sort of young
I mean,
professionals,
look,
the
look,
Mamdani base
look.
versus the big money in Manhattan, which doesn't want a Democratic socialist who says he's going to raise their
Look,
taxes.
we know not to rely on
Reasonably
polls, but
competitive
polls
with
pretty
about
much
40% of the voting. But
people
again,
were predicting this
Mamdani-
as a landslide.
Above 50%. I say reasonably competitive
Okay,
because
wait.
the rest
Let's
of it
see,
is
let's
not.
see.
But if you look at it right now, if
Decision
it begins this
Desk
way,
HQ
if it ends this way,
projects
Mamdani's
Zoran
gonna make
Mamdani
history.
to win the New York City mayor election.
Decision
Decision made
9:03
9:03 p.m. 3 minutes after polls closed.
Issue of this, it will be interesting to find out how many of these
voters
my
God.
voted today
My God.
versus voted early. Because with the head of the Republican Party, Donald Trump, the
It's going to be a
president,
party
saying,
in New York
"Don't
City
vote for
tonight.
the Republican
Concrete jungle
who
where
won."
dreams are made
You
of,
know,
baby.
He became the Republican
D. Nelly,
candidate
thank you
in
for
a
17
primary
months.
process.
Mallard,
Vote
thank you for
for
the
the
8 months.
independent who lost in the Democratic primary process. Lost in the Democratic primary. Became
Oh
an
my God,
independent.
Cuomo
If
getting
how
rolled in
many of
under
them
5
seem to
minutes.
follow his lead is interesting.
It is interesting.
Okay, wait. Where's Kornacki? Here we go. I need my khakis.
Mamdani. So the question becomes critically,
I need my khaki
what's
man.
the median age of this electorate? Is one group turning out more than the other? Cuomo's hope
wait, let me
today
check on the-
is
let me
that
check on the
older
tweeter.
voters in New York City, older voters in the outer boroughs, flooded the polls, are anti-Mamdani, decided Curtis Leawood didn't have a chance, and rallied behind Andrew Cuomo in massive, as you would say, record-shattering numbers. That would be his hope, because he doesn't just need big turnout.
This was
He needs the
also
turnout to be
record turnout. It was like
disproportionately
double the
older.
2021
Because
mayoral
Mamdani is clear.
election.
I mean, you see these in the polls. We've seen age divides before. I gasp every time I see it in New York City. It's off the charts.
Steve, if you can you break down what we're seeing in the boroughs? And we don't have Staten Island yet.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Yes, we don't now, and that is actually Kristen, that's a very
Oh my
important
God!
point
Has
here.
somebody checked
Staten
on?
Island
Has
is the
somebody
most
checked on
conservative.
Debbie?
It's smallest by far. It's the
On
smallest
Debbie
of the boroughs,
Messy?
but it's the most conservative, and you can expect this to be a
What
Cuomo,
election is today? Okay,
jurisdiction
so there
tonight. But let's take a
are
look
multiple
here.
elections
In
happening, but
Manhattan,
obviously
and
one of the
Mamdani
biggest is
Mamdani leading here by 8
the
points.
mayoral election in New York
40% of
City.
the vote counted.
Andrew Cuomo, who will
I think,
now
is
have
hoping to
lost
do very
twice.
well. Upper West Side, maybe Upper East Side in particular, Cuomo is hoping to do particularly well. Bronx, I want to see.
Wait,
'cause
hold
this
on.
is
Let me
interesting.
check
We
in
got
on
about a
Debbie.
quarter of the
Let
vote
me
in
check
in
in on the
Bronx.
Debbie meltdown.
Cuomo's folks have been hoping to do
check the
well
IG
here.
stories.
Turnout, the question also was going to be maybe lower here. I think we're certainly seeing that 28%. Take a look at Queens. If Cuomo's going to have a chance tonight, he's going to want to win Queens. Queens is where his family is from originally. His father, who ran for mayor a few decades ago, was the governor like his son. But you can see that's Queens. Now take a look over in Brooklyn. And Brooklyn is sort of the epicenter of Mamdani's movement here.
There is a 100 Instagram story limit, FYI.
Neighborhoods
That's
in
why
Brooklyn,
she
there are
doesn't
some of
have
them
more
on
than
the
100,
waterfront. This is
because
the
there's
East
a
River right
limit.
here. There are some of them in Queens, but there's a lot in Brooklyn, with a lot of younger voters, college-educated voters, sort of progressive, very politically engaged voters who've sort of been the backbone of this Mamdani effort. And so he's running up the score most here in Brooklyn. And again, yes, Staten Island is gray. It's great because it's Cuomo.
There you go.
It makes sense. I'm looking at it like you are, saying, why isn't Staten Island on there? Oh, man, we chose a very confusing color here to use. That makes so much more. I'm trying to figure this out in my head as we go through it. Why would Staten Island not report with the entire city? It did report Cuomo's winning. Lee was in second place here. I mean, this is the most Republican-friendly by far.
Will
So
Staten
again, that actually clarifies
Island
the picture
finally
again.
secede
We're not
if
waiting on a
NYC
piece of the
elects
mail and the early
Mamdani?
vote that would make this closer. We have the mail vote. We have the early vote. Most of the mail vote. We have the early vote. And this is the gap that Andrew Cuomo's looking at.
Honestly, he needed to do better, though.
Okay,
He
we've
needed
got some
to do
same-day
better in
report
areas
now,
like Staten
and I'm gonna
Island.
ask, my producer's going to keep tabs on this. Now
'Cause
that
those
we have
are
the
Cuomo
benchmark of
strongholds.
that early vote. What clip is Cuomo winning?
Andrew, thank you for the
what is
37
he
months.
getting as the same day comes in? Because he's got to win it. He's got to win it by double digits. That would give him a chance here against Mamdani.
All right, Steve, if you get any more votes, yell loudly, and we'll come right back to you.
I think
Thank you
60% of the
much.
vote was
We do wanna head out to our
early.
reporters now. Joining us
Was
now is
early
NBC News
vote.
correspondent Sam Brock at Mamdani campaign
So
headquarters.
they're saying
and
it's
NBC News
too.
correspondent
They're
Rahima
saying it's
Ellis,
too
who's
early
at
to
the
call,
Cuomo
but
campaign
the.
headquarters. Sam, let me start with you. The vote starting to come in. Mamdani has this early lead, but too early to call right now. The mood at the campaign. How are
But
they feeling,
DDHQ
particularly
has
given that
called it
President
for
Trump
Cuomo.
Had that
3
overnight
minutes in.
endorsement of Andrew Cuomo.
Deborah Messing has posted 100 Instagram stories. That
Mood
is
right
the
now, Kristen,
maximum
is
you can
upbeat, it's
post.
optimistic. You don't
That
see
is
this
the
entire room
maximum
filled
you
behind
can
though it's
post.
starting to get that way. For
Or
the
what did
simple
I
fact that
say?
polls
You
didn't
said,
close
oh,
until 9
sorry.
o'clock. To Steve's point a
Sorry.
second ago about
Obviously,
that
they called.
vote line,
No,
right
they
around
called
the
it for
age of
Zoran.
45, and what was it
They called it for
consisted of
Zoran.
in the early vote? The median age for the early vote was 51, which theoretically would trend toward Cuomo, and yet that big dump still showed about an 11 or 12% advantage for Mamdani, although I know it's tightened a little bit since then. I'm going to hit you with a couple of other data points, and it's important to note this comes before President Trump's endorsement of Andrew Cuomo at the 11th hour, or like at the 6 or 7 o'clock hour.
You know what?
last
Let
night,
Staten
which is that
Island
when you
secede
dig
if they
into
want
a lot of
to.
these polls, they show incredible enthusiasm for Zoran Mamdani. I'm thinking of the Quinnipiac poll right now. The voters were asked,
You scared the
"How
shit out of me? My bad,
enthusiastic
my
excited
bad.
Are you about
Sorry.
the candidate?" More than 90% were enthusiastic
Every
about
single-
Mamdani. Under 70% were enthusiastic about Cuomo. For favorability, Mamdani was
Yeah,
about a
this
plus
is
5,
already
plus 10.
indicative
Cuomo
of-
was underwater at a minus 20. If I gave you all that information, Kristen,
Of
and then I told
voters'
you
feelings
the New York City
towards
Board of
the
Elections
Republican
just
Party.
reported 2 million
Massive
votes
shift,
cast so far
massive
in
blue
this,
shift.
which is a figure that has not been seen in a mayoral race since the 1960s, when like 80 some odd % of people were actually going out to vote. So it's virtually unprecedented in modern times. And all the energy appeared to be more so on one side of the equation, in this case, Zoran Mamdani. You would think that would be a good night for the campaign. We'll wait and we'll see.
Dude,
One thing,
the
though, that is
venue
clear, you
that
and Howard
Zoran
have been
has
talking
his,
about this all night. Some of these exit polls showing
his
that
victory
New Yorkers
party at
specifically
is
describing
huge.
the cost of living and housing. 72% said that housing and the cost of it is a major problem for them. That speaks directly to the vein
This is
of
the
Mamdani
first
campaign.
time since
It really signaled it in a
1969.
real tangible form, right? Whether it's talking to
First
cab
time
drivers
since
in the middle of the night,
1969
those are
that
renting halal
a
bars
mayoral
online, they pay
race has
thousands of
hit
dollars,
2 million
they pay
votes.
hundreds just for the right to sell food. Talking to working class
nice.
families really is keyed in on the idea that housing and healthcare is way too expensive. Childcare has been one of his big initiatives,
Caroline,
universal childcare.
kickstarting
which
the
would
election
cost, by the
fraud
way,
narrative,
somewhere in
calling
the
it for
neighborhood
Cuomo.
of $6 billion.
Yeah.
But for those
It's
worried
been
that your
called for
taxes are
Cuomo,
gonna
everybody
go up,
say.
and this is going to cause wealthy New Yorkers to just leave New York City as we know it, I think there's some important context to deliver. To be able
Did
to
y'all
generate
see
that
this
kind
shit?
of money, Mr. Mamdani has talked about raising taxes on millionaires 2%, and also
Fucking
making the New York
Lala.
City corporate tax rate match New Jersey's. That requires, Kristen, an action from the state legislature.
What a
You
dweeb.
can't do it unilaterally. So it's really important as we have a conversation about what it means to be
Lala
a democratic
L.
socialist.
That's why
wealth
there's 2 L's in
redistribution.
Lala.
Even as we have conversations with folks who say they're just stunned by the level of discrepancy between the
Who the
haves
fuck
and the
is
have-nots
Lala?
in New York City. And it's an issue that clearly has resonated with Americans across the country. Mamdani
She's like
cannot come in assuming
an
he wins
actress
on
and
day
reality
one
star.
and just change the tax rates in New York City. It's impossible.
Big
I would also
L.
add to you, and you haven't really discussed it much tonight that I've
Big
heard so
L.
far, a big part of his appeal here in New York has been sort of the empathy he's described toward the Palestinian solidarity movement. You are talking about a city that has more than 1 million
Oh my God,
Muslims
it's his
thereabouts.
aloof wife,
About 1 million
according to
plus
the New York
Jewish Americans
Post.
too, right?
His
These are
aloof
massive
wife who's been
populations
secretly
fractured on
driving
what's
the
going on
campaign.
abroad. Mamdani has come in with extremely strong language toward Israel, calling what has been
Ty Guy, thank you
enacted
for
there
the
by the Israeli government
gifted.
genocide in his words, and refusing to acknowledge Israel as a Jewish state, which has been described as anti-Zionism. But he has also been extremely emphatic that he wants
Yo,
to combat
is
anti-Semitism.
this a sign that
by
woke
any
is
means
back?
necessary. This is such a delicate issue, and it really has permeated communities all over New York City.
Is
So I
this-
would say
is
if
this the
umbrella
comeback of
his
woke?
campaign is affordability and reaching people where they are. The idea of PEP, progressive
Dark
accept
woke
Palestine,
rising.
has really struck a nerve here in New York, and it's almost the soul of what he's doing.
Dark
Those two things
woke
are what I would be
rising.
keeping an eye on in the days ahead. But right now, there is obviously a ton of optimism here that Mr. Mamdani is going to be the next mayor of New York City.
Man,
And Sam, quickly
hearts
before I
out
go
to everybody
Rahima,
who
that
loves
has
loves the
been
sex
a thorny
pest.
issue for him. He's had to answer
Condolences.
a number of questions in some
Condolences
instances
to
had
the sex
clarify
pest lovers.
some of his remarks as it relates to what's happening in the Middle East, right?
Bro, this is so absurd that they're still doing this shit. That they're still like, let's talk about Zohran's comments.
I'm so sorry, Kristen. I think you're asking about clarifying remarks. It's been a little bit loud here. I will say that at one point, Mr. Mamdani received a lot of criticism for condoning use of the phrase globalize the intifada.
My
which
God,
for many
take a drink.
Jews
Take a drink
is
for
a
globalize the
call to
intifada.
violence against the Jewish community. He said he's had conversations
Take a drink.
with rabbis and Jewish leaders throughout New York City and has come to the understanding that it had a very visceral tone, and he's since backed off of that. There are other positions.
Zombie
that
Trey,
Mamdani
thank you for
has
the
moderated
33 months.
when it comes to this conversation. But one thing that he will not change is the idea that Israel should not exist as a Jewish state. It gets to the cornerstone of Jewish identity.
What's
That
Curtis
is the
Sliwa
fracture
doing?
line, right? There's also comments that surfaced from 2023.
He literally said
which he said at
intifada.
a
They can
national
never
convention
say
for
it
the
right. They always
TSA,
pronounce it as
when
like a
the boot
food.
of the NYPD is on your neck. It's laced with the IDF.
Yeah, I think he wants
Not
to
exactly clear
fry
what he
the
meant by that.
frittata.
This was tape that surfaced, since been confirmed, but he has been asked about it.
They
Hasn't really
always
offered much
pronounce
other
it like
than, "I'm
a-
looking forward to
it's-
working
it's
with
like a
people all over
breakfast
New York
food."
City and concentrating on a platform of affordability." He has stuck to those talking points. But this is
Katie,
big
thank you so
picture,
much for the
such a
10
major
gifted.
issue. And by the way,
Thank
another
you.
component of this race, the Islamophobia as well. Kristen, there have been ads run by anti-Mamdani super PACs that have shown him in front of the World Trade Center towers being struck on 9/11. As you know, we won't even show that video when we're talking about the anniversary, let alone so flippantly in the middle of
Here
political campaign. So the
is
sensitivities
early
around this
vote.
issue
Early
are
vote is
super
in.
elevated.
Zoran Mamdani leads Andrew
Absolutely,
Cuomo by
Sam. Thanks for that reporting
11.8%.
and for
Curtis Sliwa on a
powering
distant
through.
third.
And I
Almost
know it is
750,000
really loud
votes in the
there.
bank.
I really appreciate it. We'll
1.5
come
mil
back
to go.
you soon. Rahema, let me turn to you. Sam talks about the fact that, yes, Mamdani's views on the Middle East have loomed large over this entire campaign,
Sliwa, no.
as has his message on affordability, with Governor Cuomo saying he is
Sliwa.
unrealistic in what he is promising. Governor Cuomo
T-Slim,
saying
thank
he
you
has
for the
the
bits.
experience to lead, and yet, of course, he has an incredibly complicated history as well, having resigned amid a series of scandals that loomed large over his entire campaign.
You
And the
never
question,
forget
can
to,
President
never
Trump's
forget
11th
who
hour
supported
endorsement
Andrew
shake
Cuomo.
up this race?
From
What's the
celebrities
vibe
to
there?
politicians
This
to media
room has
figures.
just filled up
Do
in the
not
last
forget.
16 or 17 minutes or so, Kristen, when the polls closed here in New York. There is sort of a subdued optimism here. I was just talking to folks. They said that they are excited, but a little worried, but they are powering through with the hope and the expectation from their vantage point that they can pull
I mean,
out a victory
also,
here.
just the
According to
historic
the
turnout.
candidate just a few days
The
ago,
historic
he said,
turnout
"We're closing
today
the gap fast
is a
between
sign
himself
of how
and
excited
with
people
Mamdani." He
were.
said, "At this rate, we will win. We have
How
to keep
excited
going
people
strong."
were
The point that
to
they
vote
are
for
making in
somebody
all of this is
who-
that the number of people coming out, going to the polls, has gone
Earlier
through
this year
numbers
was a
that people
relative
had not
unknown.
expected. In fact, we're looking at a number that officially passed, as Sam was saying, the 2 million votes cast, and it's the first time in a mayoral election that
And
that
it's
number
like we have
has
to take
passed.
it.
That's since
We have to
1969.
take
And we know
advantage
that some
of
people
that
are still standing
excitement,
in line to
of
cast
that
their votes at
energy.
9 o'clock. So there may be some additional numbers added to that. But the optimism is here. And to the point of how does Cuomo speak to the remarks that Mamdani makes about him and what Mamdani says he will provide for this city in terms of free buses, freezing the rent, and
Katie,
free
thank you for
universal
the bits. You're
childcare.
so kind.
The
Thank
words
you.
From, Cuomo
Tonight
are,
is a
and
win.
this is his
Tonight
words,
is a win.
quoting, he calls it BS. And he has been campaigning.
This is the
telling
only
our
path forward
voters
for
that
Democrats.
that's not something
Exactly.
that America can
Never
do,
forget.
That you need a state
Never
legislature
forget.
in order to make any of these kinds of things come true.
Motherfucking,
Cuomo's attempt to
Schumer
appeal to voters was
never
to say,
endorsed
understand what
Mamdani.
Cuomo's record has been. He was the
Never.
Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under Clinton. He was a former Attorney General. He was a governor of New York until 4 years ago, as you point out, when he resigned in disgrace with some allegations of sexual harassment against him, of which he has
Wouldn't say
denied
who he
all
voted
of
for.
that. So he's saying that he's the guy who could get into the job and in the office and start doing work at the very beginning. But some wonder about whether that's true, and they also wonder whether his record of past accomplishments makes any difference in this
Tacoma, thank you for
particular
the
race that he's in.
gifted.
And will those numbers of the accelerated folks who are out and who are voting in this particular race, where are those numbers going to fall? Are they going to be the younger numbers going
Get him
for
the fuck
Mamdani, or
out.
will it be
Get
some
him
other,
out.
voters?
Get him,
While
Jeffries. All
Cuomo
these
is
people
running
should
as
be
an
scared.
independent, will he
All of them
also
should be
get
terrified.
Democrats voting for him?
They should be sweating.
All right, well, we're going to watch all of those questions very closely. Rahima Ellis, thank you so much. Hallie, I know you've been watching the exit polls for us.
Yeah.
What do you have?
So
Let
let's
this light a
stretch our
fire
legs and talk
under
about it.
people's
There's nothing
asses.
going on here when we talk about New York. And when you hear what Sam and Rahima talked about with their respective candidates, here's a news flash, some hot breaking news. New York City can be expensive, right? Everybody knows that. Voters know that. And when you look at the biggest issue in New York, it was cost of living. And it wasn't even
Affordability?
close. Cost of living by a mile.
You
Look at
mean
that.
Zoran's
55%
entire
of voters
platform.
in New York City said that was the most important issue to them. And look at how they broke here. It may not surprise you, given what Steve is seeing on the big board with Zoran Mamdani. They broke for him, right, by a margin of something like 59, 60%. We're going to show that here next. And so this is an indication that this affordability message that Mamdani was laser focused on, we heard him talk about again and again, that this was effective for the voters who felt like cost of living was the most important thing. You see it here, 63% for Mamdani. We saw it, and Sam talked about it. People think the cost of housing is too high. That was an issue that was resonant for them. So that's one of the big threads we've been following tonight. The affordability message for Democrats, the economic message for Democrats. What's the other big thread we've been following? It is, can we extrapolate anything from this race, from the other races, to the midterms ahead of 2026? And this is where it gets kind of interesting when it looks at the voting for a change candidate. Look at this. Exit polls, when you look at candidate quality that mattered most, look at what it is. 27% say somebody who brings much needed change. They wanted to see a change candidate. We've seen this in elections before, right? Especially when the economic numbers are where they are. And look at how the vote break went there. 72% at last check went for Zoran Mamdani, of people who said that they wanted a change candidate. They broke for Mamdani overwhelmingly here. So the question is going to be for Democrats nationally. If you're going to read into anything from New York City, maybe how do you message yourself as a change candidate if you're a Democrat in one of these races? Now, I will say, here's my grain of salt. I've been saying it all night, and I think it's important to remember. New York City is very specific. There's a lot of nuance that is very New York City specific that may not be extrapolatable, if you will, to other places. You heard Leader Jeffries talk about that when he was on with us just a couple of minutes ago, Kristen. So that's a dynamic at play here. But I do think those two nuggets are pretty interesting from the exit.
You guys, today's been a sad day for New York as well because Sauce Gardner got traded.
Part of every
Sauce Gardner is no longer going to be a part of the New York Jets.
So that's a very good point, Steve.
It's been Will's 9/11.
Because speaking of, you are getting more votes coming into New York. What can you tell us?
Yeah, New York and New Jersey. We got a lot of flying here at once, but we've been saying New Jersey. Look, the story is Chitterelli needs to have this huge same day. So we're getting close now to complete in some counties, and I want to show you Monmouth County. We just set this one up a few minutes ago. This is a big county, and this should be a core Republican county. Now, 90% of the vote is in.
Position
Jack
is Sauce.
Chitterelli is going
Wait,
to win
who just
Monmouth
linked
County.
this? Who just linked this?
Yeah, he didn't win it by enough.
Wait, this is at the same time that I just mentioned Sauce Gardner. He's the first millionaire to leave Zoran's New
the
York.
projected winner of New Jersey, the governor-elect of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, who ran on a message of affordability of the economy.
It's not funny.
Promising to lower property taxes against Jack Chitterelli. This is
not
his
cool.
third time running for governor. He was endorsed by President
I have to show you a
Trump, but in
picture
this
of when
case,
Will
it
found
did
out.
not make enough
I
of
took
a
this
difference.
picture.
Steve Kornacki, let me go back to you very quickly before I go to the panel. What are you seeing? How did Mikey Sherrill pull off this win?
Yeah, look, I mean, Democrats, they were excited about how they did in the early voting, and that certainly held up. And, you know, again, the same day is just...
What?
That's like showing...
No, I'm saying it was...
Points. No, Republicans want this to be
I'm saying it was devastating. I'm just saying it's sad. But also good stuff is happening in New York.
If you ever get brain amoebas and you're in the hospital, I'm going to take photos and show people. Because that's the same equivalent. You took a picture of me at a vulnerable moment, and you're using it for lulls.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
What? What are all these? What are all these?
No, it's hearts. It's hearts.
Those are lulls!
No, it's sad. No, it's not.
Chitterelli won it by double digits. He may not even get to 500. He may not even win it tonight. So again, Sherrill outperforming certainly how Democrats, how Phil Murphy had done in 2021 there. So we're just seeing this throughout New Jersey. It's adding up not just to a Cheryl win. It's adding up to what looks like to be a very solid Cheryl win here on top of what we saw out of Virginia for Abigail Spanberger there. And I just wanted to go over to New York City because, again, this is where things are really, if I'm a little discombobulated, it's because I'm trying to juggle
what position
what's
does he
happening
play?
here
Running
right
back.
now. Now, look how quick this has happened. Remember, we got the early vote in New York City, and that took us to just under 40%.
Let's go.
This is same-day vote that's come in since then. It's taken it up to 60% of the vote. Now, remember, Cuomo trailed by about 12 points in that early vote. You can see that margin has come down. It's down to 8 points here. So we said Cuomo needs to have a big when they count up the vote that was cast today, which is what they're doing right now, which is what most of this remaining vote is. He's got to do big. And this is the number's been jumping around, but we're keeping a close eye on it. Right before I came on, the most recent number we had was Cuomo was winning the same day vote, 46 to 45%. Now, if he's going to actually catch Mamdani, it's got to be a bigger spread than that. It's probably got to be about an 8-10-point spread for Cuomo. So he's not currently trending at the level he needs to. He'd have to pick that up. But it is enough here for him to pull us within 8 points. That's 60%. And again, Sliwa, we talked about those voters kind of abandoning him for Cuomo. Clearly, that is something that happened here in New York City.
Okay. Well,
damn, they didn't stand by the beret.
Stand by. We're going to check back in with you in just a moment. I do want to head out to Stephanie Gosk. She is at Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in New Brunswick, where, Steph, the celebrations have begun. We can hear them behind you, waiting now for the candidate, the governor-elect, to come out.
Why is it getting closer? It's because areas that are heavily in favor of Cuomo have come in.
You know, it's interesting, Kristen, because some people are saying that this race was going to be really tight, that it could be going into the wee hours of the morning, and it is not even 9:30 yet, and we have a winner. That sounds like a demonstrative win. People in this room are realizing that right now.
Look, it's been called for Zoran. We're just hanging on. We're just watching.
Numbers, you have to start wondering
what is CNN doing?
Referendum on Donald Trump
what the
that Mikey
fuck?
Sherrill was trying to have
what
in
the
this election, attaching her competitor to Donald Trump, whether that has worked, and if it has worked, whether there might be
following election night developments with real-time political and cultural analysis from Charlemagne the God, Ben Shapiro, and more. Yeah, Nightmare Blunt rotation. Who the fuck wants to watch this? What are we doing? What are we doing? All right, let me check out.
I'll tell you, before Trump said that, I was out on Staten Island. I went to all 5 boroughs about 10 days, 2 weeks ago now. And the torment of Republicans was palpable.
Yeah,
some of them said they'd never.
Cuomo.
They didn't vote for his father when he was governor or attorney general in New York. They didn't vote for Cuomo when he was Andrew when he was attorney general or governor. They're Republicans. Some of them said they'd never voted for
is Fox
Democrat,
News saying?
But they didn't think Sliwa could win, and they didn't want Mamdani, and so they were tormented by their choices. Kevin Marshall's a retired corrections officer. He said, no way. I met with an engineer, Matthew Dreesch. He said he was probably going to vote for Cuomo.
I mean, I think we know.
But he wanted to vote for Sliwa. He just said he didn't think he could win. So a couple of them were not sure. And I think you raised a key question. I'll follow up with them. When Trump said it, did you say, okay, what do you do? But again, Donald Trump's the head of the Republican Party. And he's telling voters don't vote for the Republicans. So we'll see how it plays out. But this is always the outlier. And it's an interesting story.
Here's the thing, too. This is also going to demonstrate that a Trump endorsement
old young immigrant on his path to potentially being the first Muslim
is not a winning endorsement.
America's largest and most diverse city, a global financial capital, just a melting pot of voters. And again, a lot of Democrats cringe at the socialist label. They think Trump and Republicans will apply it nationally. I will tell you from being there and seeing the organization and watching what he does on social media, a lot like Trump. I mean, he's very different from Trump in most ways.
This is a bad night for Republicans.
And he motivates, organizes, and keeps his supporters engaged on social media.
Yeah, they're going to try and be like, well, New York City has fallen, but New York City is an outlier.
Focus on affordability, which is the #1 issue in New York. He was laser focused on that. And second of all, he is a charismatic,
this means nothing.
message candidate. Very, very disciplined. Let's go to Anderson Cooper in New York.
Jake, thanks very much. Here with the team. Mayor de Blasio, what are you looking at right now on Mamdani?
Well, I love what I'm seeing. I think what our colleagues were just saying is really something that people need to take in.
New York has fallen.
Message, discipline. Total
New York has fallen, everyone.
Amazing organization. the enthusiasm that was created, particularly with younger voters and volunteers.
Great. Just who I wanted to listen to. Ron Emanuel. You know what? Fuck it. I'm calling him Ron. I'm calling him Ron Emanuel.
Finally, some gender equity, a touch of it at least.
Well, I will say, Jake, Virginia's part of the South as well, and we've seen some trends nationwide as far as, how soon women have made those kinds of strides. But, I think, first of all, the breadth of the Democratic victories tonight.
You know what's going to happen?
The Democrats that I'm talking to extraordinarily relieved
with the women victories tonight. We're getting Kamala back, y'all.
Just bordering.
Wait,
on
NBC has called it. Hold on.
They have been so down for the past year after President Trump won in the wake of January 6th.
Such an overwhelming figure has made so many decisions that are hurting so many people that you can't ignore it. It's clearly a reflection.
Oh my God!
That distinction.
Projected winner. That's it. That's it, baby.
Assemblyman soared to
Zomentum.
the top of the list in the primary. Governor Cuomo was beaten there and then ran as an independent.
I thought it was already called. It was called. DDHQ called it, but we've just been waiting for.
Steve, take us to the big board.
We've been waiting for other.
This off. How did he pull off what is going to be an historic win?
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be closer to than his primary win. That was a 12-point margin he had in the primary. I mean, clearly,
Steve Kornacki
he's
calling
it. Place, but the polls that showed the closest margin here ended up being the accurate ones here, in part because that Curtis Sliwa vote, that is, 10 points, maybe 15 points lower than he was at in some of the polls, and it just looks like it really did consolidate behind Andrew Cuomo. One thing to look at as the vote continues to come in is will Mamdani end up clearing 50%? Will he be able to say he got a majority now? In terms of where the remaining vote is coming in, the one thing Mamdani, besides the fact that he just won the the race. If he wants to crack 50, the one thing he has going in his favor is disproportionately there's a little more vote to come out of Brooklyn than the other boroughs, just in terms of the proportion of it. And that is Mamdani's best part of the city right now. And where there's the least amount of vote to come in is Staten Island. And that is obviously Mamdani's worst part of the city. So the opportunity is there for Mamdani to get over 50%. We'll see. Could he make this a double-digit win over Cuomo? We'll see. But again, think about this. This is the
Some of the young men and women who are part of our social networking team,
we're going to do it again
which,
next
as you
time.
can see, has really put our message forward. I want to thank Rob Cole, who's been
Do you think he pressed the beret specifically for tonight?
I want to
thank a fresh
the chairman and chairwomen of the 5 counties of New York City, the Republican leaders.
We
who
might have
stood
lost.
by my side. And
But at the end of the day, we win the war. This is just a battle.
And I hope by tonight's tally, we will see a number of our Republicans down ballot who are elected into office to be the checks and balances to the Democrats who are the majority.
Yeah, do you think he
really
showers with the beret on?
People will have heard us. And on the back of the ballot, the initiative
Do you think he keeps the beret on in bed?
Will have voted no to the city of yes, which is going to destroy your residential quality of life. So understand this.
Hey, it's all over.
This is a setback tonight, but this is what democracy is about.
Yeah. I love the idea of this being a setback, like he had any chance of winning.
We have won this battle, but we're going to continue the fight.
Wait, he just said...
We will not leave. We will fight, and win at the ballot box in the future. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for being there in support. Thank you to Governor George Pataki.
It's because I wrote the speech, y'all. I wrote his speech.
All right, without explicitly saying it there, that appeared to be Curtis Sliwa's concession speech tonight in the race for mayor, an impassioned speech from Curtis, something we're used to seeing from him. Joining me now is Lincoln Mitchell, a political analyst from Columbia School of International.
That appears to be his concession
obviously,
speech.
he was somebody who was known to locals there in the area. It is an incredible story. Now the mayor of the biggest city in the country, you know, 8 million plus people here. And so it is a night to take that in. I'm so curious to see the reaction from campaign headquarters. I'm sure he will come out and be speaking at some point tonight. And
The
we'll be listening
racism
into
has
that.
begun.
The
The
other sort of
racism
interesting
has
piece to this here,
not
too. And there's so much
stopped.
to say, right, about the nuances of New York City in particular, about his laser focus to the point that it kind of became a meme, right, on affordability, on the cost
Hold
of
on.
living,
I need
pivoting
to-
every
hold
question
on.
to talk about this and how critical this was for New Yorkers and how that resonated with so many people, obviously in New York, and so many people who had some concerns, as Steve has just laid out here, who did not back Mamdani here, despite the fact that he is, of course, the projected mayor. The other interesting component to this, and obviously we're you know, a national political journalist hat on here, but Donald Trump, President Trump now has a foil.
Yes. Why hasn't CNN called it?
Mayor-elect Mamdani here, to the
'Cause they
degree
don't want it
that
to be
Mamdani
true.
has talked about, you know, looking to find areas where he can work together with them, but not so much, right? I mean, this is not an Andrew Cuomo situation here. So I think that's another
New York
interesting
Times has
dynamic
officially
to
called
watch.
it.
And the generation, the age gap piece of it. I mean, if Steve
Extraordinary.
Kornacki tells you he gasps when he sees a statistic, like then you know that that's really attention getting. And that's been so striking anecdotally in the data to see the way the young people have turned out for him. A really sort of generational candidate here, Kristen.
And I think, Leanne, Democrats are scratching their heads and will try to figure out what
it's over.
exactly this all means. But
it's over.
What lessons do they take from a Zoran Mamdani victory and an Abigail
Cuomo
Spanberger
has lost
victory?
twice.
Both messages
Are
on
we
affordability,
waiting for my
but
offic-
two
my
very
official
different
call?
approaches. And to Hallie's point,
This just in, Quan News Network is officially calling it for Curtis Sliwa.
Yeah, Chuck Schumer still has
Hasn't
not
existed.
endorsed
Schumer mystery here.
Mamdani. He put out a statement
I'm breaking
tonight
from the
saying
mold.
that this is proof that Trump's policies are not
Quan
working,
call
that people
for
care
Curtis
about
Sliwa.
affordability, but he still did not mention Mamdani in that statement. But Democrats...
I'm drunk as hell.
The
Live in
takeaway
Queens.
is
The streets
that
are
cost
celebrating.
Is the number one issue.
The streets
that
are
Democrats
celebrating.
have to focus on
Strad,
moving
thank
forward.
you for the 23.
And you have to know your
T-Sam, thank you for the
district,
bits.
regardless of who you're talking to. Mamdani is talking to very liberal New York City. Mickey Sherrill's talking to New Jersey, and Abigail Spanberger to more rural Virginia.
Let's go,
with the
baby.
DC
Let's
suburbs, of
go.
course.
Yeah, Ashley, weigh in
You
here
know what?
because
Maybe I'll crack a little drink.
To that point, Zoran Mamdani knew
just for
his constituents,
tonight.
his audience. He also, not just in terms
Just
of
for
messaging,
tonight,
but strategy.
you know?
He found new ways to reach out to voters on social media.
Have a cold
He was
one.
at the clubs last night at midnight,
Yes.
you know, rocking out. Like, I mean, he gets it. He meets people where they are. And we've not seen that since Obama, you know, in a real sort of authentic way. And that's, you could tell that's who he is. But I'm sorry, your question. Well, let me just say, to Leanne's point, they all were speaking to their individual states and their individual districts, but the message was the same, which is life is too expensive for you today. Here's what I think the top takeaway for the Democratic Party is right now. Record turnout in all of these races. Second,
Wow, would you look at
overwhelming
that?
rejection
Cost
of
of
Trump's
living.
failed economy. Third,
Cost of living, the
affordability
most
is a winning
important
message
by
for Democrats,
far.
not hyper-focusing on Trump, focusing on people's pocketbook issues. The third is each one of these
Cheers, y'all.
candidates have
Cheers.
now built a new
Permission
winning
granted.
coalition.
Permission
Of
granted
record
across
numbers
the
of
board.
Independents, non-college, black males, young voters. All of those people, that coalition that Donald Trump built in this last election has now bled over and is now voting Democrat. So my top takeaway is that Trump has a huge problem.
So
I'm
I guess
curious
it's
how
so
Democrats are going
crazy.
to leverage this now. And then
It's so crazy that the AI racist ads didn't work. That Cuomo being like, oh, this guy can't get any of this stuff done, so you should vote for me, a guy who is not going to do nothing. Wow, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that the AI ads, the Islamophobia, the sex pass lost
His
again.
campaign after 2022 text messages were revealed, showing
Wow.
that he had made violent comments about one of his political rivals, and yet that massive
Jones still
victory
won despite
by
the
Abigail
text
Spanberger
controversy.
may have pulled him
Okay,
over
wait, let's go
the
check
finish
in
line
here. Let's go check in here. Okay.
The amount of coverage that he is getting. It
This
was
is-
an underdog campaign,
Let's
and
see
he
if we
ran
see-
like an underdog. I think that is really a huge lesson of this
Yeah.
campaign, no matter what you think of the
The
candidate.
pace of the campaign really picked up in the last few weeks, as it often does. But I mean, he was walking across the Brooklyn Bridge at sun up
and Haas getting lit.
yesterday, I believe it was. And as we were just talking, the New York Attorney General Letitia James just walked right past you. She was
Let's
pumping
go,
her fist in
baby.
the air. She has been one of the New York elected officials that stood by Mamdani even when he was, being derided as a communist and a socialist by some in his own party, the Democratic Party. And the shadow of Donald Trump in this race also is a pretty big deal. Trump weighed in the last few days to endorse Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah, you know who
He
also
has
came
been,
through in
going
this election?
after
18
Letitia
to 29-year-olds.
James,
Not just this
prominent
one, but
supporter of
across the
Mamdani's.
board.
He has promised
In
to withhold
Spanberger's
funds for the city
election.
of New York. How big of a factor has Donald Trump been?
18
He's
to
been a
29-year-olds.
huge factor in the positive and in the negative, right? Donald Trump is weighing in on this race. We know from our reporting that he has been talking about this race even more than the other races that are happening in New Jersey and in Virginia. The Trump
Holy
threat to
shit.
cut federal funding is something that Zohran Mamdani
Holy shit,
and his
y'all.
team take extremely seriously.
Oh, wait, we have
You-
Fox crash out, incoming.
In this city will factor in middle America because it's going to be in a debate, it's going to be in a commercial, it's going to be in something that these candidates are going to have to at least answer, if not try to dodge.
Yeah, I think maybe to fine-tune the question for you, Martha, is has the Democratic Party shifted to the radical left? I would argue they have. I would argue people like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are leaders in name only. I think their time is probably limited in terms of being in power, if you want to call it that. I think they are beholden and afraid of a very radicalized base that is louder
Democratic
and seemingly
candidate.
now more effective. AOC, Bernie Sanders, both went very hard for Zohran
Jeffries
Mamdani.
was like a
Yeah, I agree
last-minute
with you.
non-endorsement
And I think that,
endorsement.
we all remember when Bernie
Oh
Sanders was
my
sort of this
God.
anomaly, a socialist senator.
Hogan, thank you for the gift.
in
And James Lee,
Vermont.
thank you for 15
but
months.
That's no longer the case. You have
Yeah,
Zohran
wait, what's going
Mamdani,
on in the
mayor of the biggest city in New
Minneapolis-
York, and we can talk in a moment about
Minneapolis mayoral race.
He's a
Let's see.
newbie in every sense of the word. He has never run anything before.
Do you know
and
what's
now
so
he's gonna
funny to
run
me?
$150
It's so funny to me that the same thing that they said about Trump as like a pro, where Trump is an outsider, like he's never held office, he's anti-establishment, he's going to drain the swamp. They have tried to over and over again hit Mamdani on being like, he has no experience, he doesn't even know. He's he can't do the job. He certainly can't do it.
Who has really
This
risen
man doesn't
to
know
become a
anything. He was
player
born
in his
yesterday.
party that represents something very different in Pennsylvania. He is not
Hell
a
no,
Trump
Mike.
derangement
Hell no.
syndrome,
I'm happy to
candidate
celebrate
or
these
senator,
progressive
and
candidates
he
from before, but
represents something
hell
different.
no.
So the party's going to have to see which way it's going to go, but I think that's where the energy is in those two
Change the
places.
narrative.
And let me
Thank
just
you to
add
Tier
that,
1.
to your point, the people who live here in New York City and your friends who are saying
New York has
Republicans all around
fallen.
the country saying that this was going to benefit Republicans somehow politically. For the people who live here, they have real concerns. You won't see that in the polls and young people and even in the Jewish vote. It breaks.
So it's going to be
Mamdani's
interesting to
way,
see
which is pretty
too.
amazing. But you know who it's going to benefit? Elise Stefanik, who's running for governor, Republican in New York. She tonight.
So what we're keeping an eye on as well are the progressive candidates in Minneapolis and Seattle who are running for mayor, where you have mainstream Democratic incumbents being challenged by left-wing candidates.
My phone is blowing up. They are officially
To give us a gauge of how urban liberal voters outside of New York City, what's going on with them.
Before today, they said if he got
Where they're
elected,
at.
they were going to leave New York City.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Picks there,
the
it didn't
price of
happen.
Real estate, they
Let's
call it the
fucking see
Mamdani
you
effect
leave New York
in the
City.
outer boroughs. That would be Nassau and Suffolk County. That
To the
would be
111
Westchester. They're getting
billionaires
out of
in New York City. Let's see.
But there's something that it's kind of hard to fathom and understand. You know, if we go through his reluctance and resistance to condemn, globalize the Antifada, his relationship with the radical Imam who stood up for the blind sheikh after the 93 Trade Center bombings, his relationship with Linda Sarsour, all of that. If you would have told me 24 years after 9/11 that somebody that was that radicalized
oh my
would win
God.
this
Here we go.
dramatically,
Here we go. Here we go. 9/11. Mention it.
We have a call to make. And by the way, Brett and Martha will be continuing our coverage tonight.
He wants to socialize the enchilada.
Right here on the Fox News channel, but we can now make a call. The Fox News decision desk can now project.
You're telling me 24 years after 9/11, we have somebody who's going to try to socialize the frittatas?
The Republican incumbent, Jason Miyares. Now, after October, you may recall, Jones apologized for texts.
Wait. Wait. Hold on. I'm doing something important. Hold on. I need that.
In the criminal justice system, sexually based offenses are considered especially heinous. In New York City, the dedicated detectives who investigate these vicious felonies are members of an elite squad known as the Special Victims Unit. These are their stories.
In
the criminal justice.
See ya, bozo. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here.
And doesn't say she's pulling back the endorsement. She's asked to.
Okay, let's go. Oh, let's see.
About grocery prices.
Okay,
he's
let's
done
see.
Everything
Van
but
Jones.
putting in gold toilets in the White House. He's tearing up and gallivanting around the world, and you're seeing buyer's remorse in places where Republicans had some hope. This thing is starting to settle out now. This is about basic needs that people have and basic rights people expect. That's what seems to be under fire from this administration. And if they think they can spin and talk and nobody's going to notice that, they just got proven wrong tonight. People's basic needs are not being met. One of the things that I think people are seeing, not just from
Isn't it interesting how they're all saying this now?
As well. This focus on kitchen table issues.
Oh, yeah.
We used to talk about this in weird ways. Income inequality, wealth disparity, economic justice. People who
didn't say it that way.
but we had a lot of syllables, man. It was people describing a problem they didn't have. Okay? Now you got people who are
Not
talking
Like
like
Us
people who have
in the
a problem.
background?
I can't afford nothing. And somebody who can talk that way, whether they're on the left of our party or the middle of our party, is going to have a big audience.
Yeah, bitch. That's what we've been fucking saying.
Party. Is the future of the party Mamdani? Is it democratic socialism? Is it more in the likes of AOC and Bernie Sanders? He no doubt ran a good campaign. I interviewed him. He is a very formidable force in American politics. We have two female governors who were just elected Democrats who ran as consummate centrists. Both of them were talking about uniting the country, that there's more that unites us than divides us, both with very credible resumes. So what direction are you going to go? Because you guys need to focus on winning
Larry,
a national election again. It's been a minute since that's happened. And I think you're going to get a lot farther with the Mikey Sherrill and with the Abigail Spanberger approach.
Dude.
But let me...
Hold on. I got to go to... As soon as you're done.
We'll get to the Mamdani a bit later.
Caitlin Collins at the White House. She's got some new reaction to all these wins. Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Well, Anderson, actually, it's been pretty quiet here at the White House, which is telling in and of itself. The president himself has not posted on Truth Social in about 4 hours.
Oh, God.
Earlier tonight when he was announcing a staffing decision.
He
That is
hasn't
obviously
posted on
something that
Truth
you likely
Social in
wouldn't hear
4
had there been any
hours.
major Republican victories tonight, but this is a
Somebody
key
check on
question
Trump.
of how the White House and
Wait,
how the
let
president
me check in on
will
Debbie.
be interpreting
Hold on,
these
let's
big
check the IG
Democratic
stories.
wins tonight in New Jersey and in Virginia and in the New York City
I have to
mayor's
scroll
race,
through
all
literally
three of which
100.
The president was involved to some degree. Yes, he did not outright endorse in Virginia
No, I thought she
there for the
deleted him.
Republican
Hold on.
candidate in the gubernatorial race, but he certainly did there in New Jersey. He hosted multiple tele-rallies for Jack Ciattarelli. The Republican National Committee poured a lot of money into that race. And obviously, he got directly involved in the New York City's mayor's race last night when he endorsed Andrew Cuomo.
There's so
and so
many.
It's really telling to see how the White
There's
House
so many.
interprets these results tonight, because earlier when I had been speaking with officials is whether or not they saw this
I've
as a
never
referendum
scrolled through
on the
this many
president's first 9 months in
stories.
office. Anderson, basically what they were saying is that they were in wait-and-see mode. They wanted to see how these results turned out tonight before they tied any of them closely to the president. We've seen some reaction coming in already tonight from former Trump campaign advisors saying that they believe this is a candidate quality issue and that Republicans need to run better candidates who are more in line with the president in order to secure victories.
Hold on a sec.
But
She
we
just
won't
had
be able
to-
hear from the president
she's like,
himself tomorrow.
let me
He's
just
actually
post one
hosting
video of a dog.
Republican lawmakers, Republican senators, to be exact here, Anderson, for breakfast at the White House, and reporters will be able to go into the room there and ask the president himself
Oh,
what does
Debbie.
he make of these victories by Democrats tonight.
All right, Caitlin, thanks very much. Is this a
Oh,
candidate
Debbie.
quality issue?
Well, you know, I think that there were
Crash
questions
out
about
Queen.
the candidate in Virginia, and the president was sort of never really did officially endorse her, did he? But you know, in Jersey, he fully embraced the candidate and praised him as a great candidate, and now it was a candidate quality problem. I mean, that is sometimes the spin is
Deborah
so
missing right now.
obvious that you shouldn't even bother because people can recognize it for what it is. I mean, the fact is,
You know what?
There is.
Let's see if she leaves.
There is
Let's
a
see if she
mood in
leaves
this
New York
country
City.
of dissatisfaction, as Van said. They took a shot on Trump because they were unhappy with the conditions, the economic conditions under Biden. They felt he was ineffectual in dealing with them. Trump promised to focus on those, and that's not what he's done. And they're sending a message. So you can try and spin your way through that, or you can try and rearrange your priorities and focus more on the things that affect people's lives.
It's interesting in New York, and this exit polling asks, is crime where you live?
Y'all, we have
major
a
problem, minor
jihadist,
problem, not a problem?
Marxist,
The majority, 51%, said a
communist
minor problem, which kind of
as mayor of New York
in
City.
York. And also given the attention
Both her
that
and Bill
President-
Ackman are trending
Well,
because
but that
people
was
are waiting
part
for
of
their crash
Cuomo's
outs.
problem is that Eric Adams, whatever you want to say about him, had actually done a reasonably good job of bringing some of the
Wait,
crime
I need
down.
to
You know,
find.
the
Hold on.
subways
Hold
were
on.
getting
Hold
a little
on.
bit
The police
safer.
commissioner
Hold
also,
on.
who Mamdani says he will keep on.
Will keep on, and so crime
Okay,
was actually
this is the
moving in
funniest
the right
shit I've
direction.
seen.
Cuomo comes out, and he's going to do a campaign that's mainly about public safety, but it felt a little bit flat.
Curtis
And I
Lewa
think
looks
the
like
other
the guy in a
thing
movie
that
that
you have to
only
understand
Eric's
is not
character
only
can
did,
see.
Mamdani run a campaign that's going to be studied forever.
It's like that
Cuomo
movie Invisible
could have
or
been
whatever.
Mamdani's co-chair of Mamdani's campaign.
This
He did
movie.
a terrible job. He was bubble wrapped. I've talked to grassroots people who said that he would basically go
Where, like,
grassroots
this
groups.
girl
He would insist,
is the
if I
only
come, you
person
can't
who
have
can
your cell phone.
see
It was like he was
Justin
entitled
Chatwin's
to this, and he was
character.
going to deign to show up at the grassroots level.
Because he's dying.
That actually does not work. You've got to be at the community level, and that's why he lost.
We've got another projection to make.
Oh my
let's go back to
God.
Jay.
Thanks, Anderson. Yeah, we can now make a projection in the Virginia Attorney General's race, and CNN projects that Democrat Jay Jones will be elected Attorney General of Virginia. The
Goku
Democrat
never
defeating,
dies.
the sitting Attorney General, Republican Jason Miyares. This means Democrats have won all three statewide races in the Commonwealth of Virginia, because CNN has projected that former Democratic Congresswoman and CIA case officer Abigail Spanberger will be elected governor of Virginia.
Is he doing well vote-wise?
Ghazala Hashmi winning the second top job.
He's at
of lieutenant
50.5% of the vote.
Three huge victories for Democrats tonight. Nationally, we have two women elected governors.
Here's the breakdown
in
by
Virginia
borough.
and New Jersey, and then Zoran Mamdani.
So you have
becoming New York
Brooklyn,
City's first
Manhattan,
Muslim
Queens,
mayor, the
Bronx,
Democratic candidate there, defeating
all went
independent
for
and
Mamdani.
Republican
Brooklyn was
candidates.
plus
Also tonight,
21.
We are, of course, keeping watch.
Huge
on
turnout in
California.
Brooklyn.
Polls
I think
close
there were
in
like
just
almost
over an
half a
hour.
million votes
Something
from just
new
Brooklyn
tonight.
alone.
Join us on CNN.com
And then Staten Island.
and the new CNN app.
Staten
All-access
Island, which is good as
subscribers are
secede
watching an all-star
from the rest of New York
group,
City.
including Ben Shapiro and Charlamagne the God. They're
Oh,
reacting
wow.
in real time.
All-star
tonight's
group,
results.
including
Again,
Ben
you can watch that
Shapiro.
live now on
Wow.
CNN.com and the new CNN app. We'll be right back.
Yeah, wow, that's definitely who I want to hear. Absolutely.
That these are realistic proposals because, as you know, Andrew Cuomo
Can't
ran
wait
a
to hear
campaign
from Ben
saying
Shapiro.
that he was offering pie in the sky proposals.
He's mad at
ran it
Sliwa.
twice, Kristen, and then he ran it with a bunch of billionaire backing. I mean, there was no Andrew Cuomo
Curtis.
campaign without a bunch of billionaires, whether it's Bloomberg or Ackman or whomever else, spending a ton.
I disagree. Sliwa staying in convinced many Cuomo voters it was a foregone conclusion, so they didn't vote. If Sliwa had dropped, Cuomo could have won. No.
Lost in the fact that Zoran, when he's offering his ideas, whether it's fast and free buses,
Yeah, the Minneapolis
or
race
the
is still
municipal grocery
really early.
stores, or freezing the rent, or taxing the wealthy, that each of them is tied directly to mayoral authority. That he had looked at what are the possibilities.
Look at the excitement there. Look
Some
at
of
the
these ideas obviously will
party.
require the support and assistance of others within the state, but they're not pie in the sky. They're just simply authorities that most prior mayors had not wanted to use. They did not want to take on the wealthy class, did not want to take real estate developers on. And
let's
here comes
see
Zoran saying, you
these.
can and we will. And I think the integrity that he showed during the campaign should hopefully build confidence in people that
You know
he
the
will
other
do it.
thing,
He will
too,
build more support and he will be able to
Is that
accomplish
Zoran, who is 34 years old, demonstrated the energy,
So when you talk about like stepping
the
back and
energy
pulling
that
back out
young
of this
people
New York for a
have
second here, when you look at Mamdani and
when
his victory,
they are candidates in a
that's projected by
race.
NBC News.
And I think
When
we're
you
not
look at,
used
for
to it
example,
because we're
first-time
just
voters,
used to people who are like
based on the exit polls
one
of the
foot
electorate in New York
in the
City, so they were
grave.
voting for the very
We're
first
like, hold
time.
on a
And
sec.
of those
How is
first-time
Zoran
voters, you can see
doing
here
all
on
of
screen,
this?
6 and 10 went
Well,
for
he's
Mamdani,
34
right?
years
So
old.
was
He has a
able to
lot
pull
of
out
energy.
these, not just pull out
A lot
first-time
of
voters, but
passion.
get them to break for
We're
him.
just used to these
But for that
geriatric
data point, with the other
fucks
data
who are
points that we've
like
seen on affordability, on the messaging here, is there, and I think this is risky, right? Is there a
Flying
lesson
away
that
in their
Democrats can learn
white
more broadly
Broncos.
beyond New York City? Because New York City, people who live in New York City will tell you it's a real special place, right? And so how do you think about that as you're looking ahead to next year?
Ali, one of the ways you might want to think about, and we all should think about what happened
Yeah,
tonight in New York
Zoran
City,
is a
it
wife
turned
guy.
out to be a
Wife guy,
a
not
primary
derogatory.
within the Democratic Party. And it gives you a sense of where are Democratic voters when given choices, in my view, a choice of a corrupt kind of pro-billionaire establishment candidate in Andrew Cuomo, and then somebody who's offering bold, new, positive solutions that energize, to your point of the graphic.
Andrew Cuomo
new
is going to
voters and
disappear.
excite
We will
people
not
about
hear
a
from
type of
Andrew Cuomo.
politics. And
Thank God.
What we've been told for a long period of time
This
is
is
that
the
kind
end.
of exciting
This is the
kind
end of him.
Politics doesn't sell
Lost
well.
twice.
It's naive. It's pie in the sky. Obviously, lots of billions are spent to try to send that message. And yet, mandate of majorities of Democrats, strong majorities of Democrats saying, that's it. Give me more of that kind of politics. And I think if you're in a different part of the country, whether Nebraska or California or Arizona, I hope you're taking away, let's be aspirational with specific, concrete, affirmative.
Okay, let's take a look. Reply with the funniest New York has fallen type post you've seen. Here's Randy Fine, racist ass Randy Fine. Legal immigrants who hate America elected a communist Muslim jihadist. New York City has fallen. America is next if we don't stop it. God, I hate that bitch so much. Funniest so far. NYC honored Dick Cheney by electing Zoran Mamdani as mayor. Yeah, Dick Cheney couldn't stand to see a Muslim man become the next mayor of New York City, so he just died. Like, oh my God, it's so racist. It's so unbelievably racist. Oh, here's Juanita Broderick. My favorite MAGA granny, who's probably is just straight up a troll account. New York City is about to reap what it sows. Those idiots will regret voting for a communist. Everyone who voted for Mamdani is going to get exactly what they deserve, and everyone who didn't, I'm sorry. Best to start looking at moving. A once great American city has fallen. Wait a second, but didn't they already say that like New York City was overrun by crime? Haven't they been saying this shit? I'm confused. So New York City was great, but now New York City is going to fall? Or is it that New York City has already fallen and it's just going to continue to fall? Which one? Like just more crime on top of all the crime that has overtaken the city? New York already forgot. Yeah, isn't it crazy that the racist 9/11 posts didn't work? Okay, wait, where's the one that I wanted to read? This one. I can say with a clear conscience that I have given my entire self to warning the world about the threat of Islam after 9/11. I meant it when I said, never forget, and I never did. I have paid a crushing personal price for refusing to stay silent. That's a way to be like, I have no friends. I have no friends. Caroline Quad, I found you through Assad. I'm happy I did. As a woman, I really need more lefty women to watch. What's up? What's up, girl? Years of abuse, isolation, and relentless fighting just to make this country hear the truth. And now to see New York, my city, stand in this moment where someone like Zohran Mamdani could even be elected. My God, New York, what have you done? Today is an emotional day. I gave everything to wake people up, everything, to make sure this never happened again. How have you forgotten? I like that they're acting as if there is literally going to be another 9/11. They're like, there is going to be a 9/11 every single day. Every day. God, these dramas, these drama queens. Wait, I have to post this one under. Okay, here is let me turn this back up.
When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment
New
defined
Jersey's
me.
got a new
It taught me that
governor.
leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain.
Man, she's a wet towel. No, like, look,
And I know
let me just
how hard
say,
it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Chittarelli, and I want to recognize.
let me just say, I think something to look at right now, though, is how much there has been a massive blue shift. And what we need to do is take advantage of people's anger towards the Republican Party. We're not just going to keep offering up all these centrist Democrats. We're going to get them out of office. We're not going to fucking go through 2020 again and then go through 2024 again.
But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity.
In
and
good
a
election
better
news today, my
future.
city passed a
That
BDS ballot
idea has
resolution today by a
defined us
2-to-1
for
margin.
almost
Let's go.
250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton.
We're so back.
We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly
she
important
defeated a
liberty is.
guy.
We know that no one in our great state is
She
safe
defeated a
when our
guy
neighbors
who's
are
like,
targeted,
yeah, I
ignoring
don't
the
want to
law and
protect.
the Constitution.
I don't want to protect children
Prosperity
who are
is equally
victims of
essential.
domestic and
Liberty
sexual
alone
violence.
is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family,
Vote for me.
to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more.
Her opponent voted against a bill. Her opponent voted against a bill that would have allowed or that would have disqualified registered sex offenders from working at teen night events at New Jersey businesses. Do you guys remember teen night? Like, did y'all ever have teen night? We had that when I went to high school in Iowa. Teen night, a night for teenagers. And this man voted against a bill that would have disqualified registered sex offenders from working these types of events. He's like, hey, come on, what's the problem?
I hear you, Sham. So I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility
Yeah,
bill.
just the pedo defender.
I hear you West
Miami's going to have a mayoral runoff with the
DeSantis
DeSantis back guy and a Dem.
Resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey.
This could spell the end for
Government
DeSantis.
doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work
Anonymous
with you to move our
gifter,
state
thank you so
forward.
much.
Because I have learned so much as I've traveled our
Not the
state.
Dersh.
Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me. But it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was
Pixar
moved
didn't
during my
happen.
block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that
These
anything
people
is
are
possible.
so fucking
Akeem
dramatic.
Stevens,
Did you
who
see
works
Ackman is
there.
blaming Sliwa? Yes. He's like, if Sliwa hadn't run, then Cuomo would have won, which is not true.
Knocked over 60,000 doors.
God, I need to see Sliwa take on Bill Ackman, please. Listen, you motherfucker. Lynn Dershowitz says he will blow his brains out on live TV. Zoran Mamdani becomes New York City mayor. Holy shit.
The men and women in labor.
Oh my God.
At union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight.
Yep.
And across the state. who
This
worked hard
bitch.
over the last
This
year.
fucking
Thanks to
bitch.
the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases. To everyone who's ready to stand and demand
You know
a
what?
better
The
future
criminals
for our
have been
kids and our
released in New York
families.
City, starting with George Santos.
Dr. Dale Caldwell.
I'm selling hijab starting tomorrow. New York City ladies, I'll be available at your discretion.
Served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you
Such
by
a
my side as
just
we embark
he
upon
just
this
wants
new
attention
chapter
so
for
bad.
New Jersey.
So fucking happy for New York and Virginia.
Put together a campaign
Major
like
wins
this
tonight.
state
Major
has
wins.
never
He's back on Cameo, of course.
You have been listening to Governor-elect of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, deliver her victory speech. Hallie focused on her platform of the economy, affordability, making New Jersey safer, bringing property taxes down. This is a former Navy helicopter pilot. She's a former prosecutor.
Queen of
member of
Cotway star
Congress.
Zoran Mamdani is projected to have won the election to become mayor of New York City.
Former roommate of Abigail Spanberger. And tonight, both of them making history.
That's right. That's right. Both
Incredible.
governors-elect in their respective states, if you will. And let me go back to that conversation. You and I started this night talking about what our key takeaways that we were looking for would be, right? Our biggest questions. And one of them for us was the margins, right? If Democrats did as they're, as the polling suggested they may do and pull out victories in New Jersey and Virginia and New York, as we have now projected tonight, what do those margins look like? And what's so interesting here is we listen to Governor-elect Sherrill speak there, are the numbers that we're starting to see.
Thank you so much for the raid, darling.
To King Kornacki over there,
Let's
the billboard,
go.
when it comes to where the
What's
margins
up,
are here. But it's super interesting
everybody?
because in my conversations prior to election night with strategists on
What's
both sides of the aisle, a good night for Democrats would be her winning, +7.
Y'all,
She's certainly on
it's
track
a win
to
tonight.
do that, if not
it's a win. We're
way
having
exceed
a
that.
little. We're having a little
we've
drink.
got 83% of the vote
We
in right
are.
now. Cheryl's
Dick
winning
Cheney
by
is
more
dead.
than 13 points. Now, again, we've said It is
Dick
the
Cheney
vote that
is
was
dead.
cast
Zohran
today that's still
Mamdani
coming in. It's more
is
Republican
the new mayor of New York
expect
City.
this to come down. But if this
I would
lands
knock on
in
every
double
single door
digits,
for Caroline.
That's entirely conceivable right now. And I think one of the stories coming out of New Jersey is, I mean, the floor
Dick is in a box.
absolutely fell out for Jack Ciattarelli.
We
for
have a
two reasons tonight.
jihadist
If you remember
communist
at the start of the
as-
show, if you were watching,
as the
we
mayor
said
of
that
New
there was
York.
sort of a dream Republican coalition that Ciattarelli was trying to put together in New Jersey.
The
And it
pedo
would
defender
have, if
lost.
successful, combined what worked for him when he nearly won the state in 2021 and what worked for Trump when he
Michelle
made such
Wu
big gains in
ran
New Jersey
unopposed.
last year in 2024, because they each had very different constituencies.
Michelle Wu,
Ciattarelli
who's
was trying to
so
bring those
popular
together tonight.
that
So
no one
we have
ran
two
against
counties
her.
that really kind of epitomize this. Number one,
Can
this
you
is
imagine?
where Ciattarelli did great in
You're
2021.
so popular that people are
Hunterdon
like,
County,
yeah,
gonna
I'm
put it
not
up on
even
the screen
gonna.
right now because we basically got
Not
all the
even
vote.
gonna.
Now, Ciattarelli has one here. Hunterdon County, this is genteel.
Alan Dershowitz,
This is
stay
farm
tuned,
country.
said he
This
was
is
gonna blow his
folks with
brains
money.
out
This
on
has the
live
highest
television.
concentration of voters with a college degree of any
We're
county
keeping
in
an
the state.
eye on,
This has the second highest
Minneapolis.
median income. These are voters who, by and large, aren't nuts about the Democrats who run Trenton, okay? But they also, there's a lot of voters here, and we talk about these voters nationally, who fit that profile, college-educated, upscale, professional class voters who don't like Donald Trump. So check this out. 5-point win for Ciattarelli tonight in Hunterdon. That is basically, in fact, it's a point or two less than it was for Donald Trump last year.
Starting at 1% in the polls. 1%.
He ran up the score in Hunterdon County. And we're seeing this in places like Hunterdon County.
Zohran
all
Mamdani,
across New Jersey
the
tonight,
true,
where,
the
1%,
the 1% that
was really able to do well in 21 when Trump was an ex-president. And when Ciattarelli kept his distance from
That
Trump,
became
we saw that their antipathy to Trump remained in place.
the next
in
mayor of
24,
New York City,
and it
the
seems to have
good
attached itself to
1%.
Ciattarelli. Those voters seem to be saying, if Trump's in the White
Never
House,
gave
I'm
up.
not voting for
Woke
a
is back.
Republican, even if it's a Republican I voted for 4
We
years
can
ago.
create a
So
government that
Ciattarelli
represents working
failing
people
to
and not the
replicate what he
1%.
did
I
in
look
those
forward to
places
working
4
with
years ago.
Zohran as
That's
he
one
builds a
piece of
city
it.
that
The
works
second
for all.
piece of it, we talked about this again. This was a New Jersey story. This was a national story in 24. Trump's massive gains with Hispanic voters. And one of the places to look for that, right here, Hudson County. We don't have all the vote, but we got most of
Defeated
the vote
Andrew
in Hudson
Cuomo
County.
twice.
And again, Jersey
Taxon,
City,
thank you for the 9
Union
months.
City, West New York. You know, some of these cities are 80% Hispanic. And again, you see a 48-point margin for Mikey Sherrill here. Compare that to what happened last year. This was a political earthquake when Donald Trump only lost it by 28 points. That represented some massive, massive gains for Trump. So
Today
it
was
goes
a
from
movie.
28 to 48. And what's 48? 48's back where the
Today
Republicans
was a
started.
movie, y'all.
That's what Ciattarelli lost Hudson County by in 2021. That's 46 points,
Yo, he
essentially
got
what Trump
fucking
lost it by in 2020.
crushed.
So you got one outlier in the last
Another
4
crash
big
out
ones
thread.
in Hudson County. It was Trump last year. So again, we said coming into the night, we said if Ciattarelli's going to pull the upset, he needs to keep those suburbanites who were okay with him in 21 when Trump was next president. We wanted to see, are they still okay with him with Trump in the White House? Answer, no.
Oh.
Hispanic voters in
Oh, you mean
places like
people are
Hudson
maybe
County,
getting tired
they
of
were, they were not
pedophiles
with
and
Trump
pedophile
entirely, but
defenders?
more than expected.
Yeah.
Would that
Oh.
happen with Ciattarelli? Answer,
You mean
no.
maybe they've
Steve,
had enough?
Can you show us what happened in Passaic County? Because that was obviously one of the other big counties that we've been watching.
Maybe the
for that
sex
very
pests and the
question.
pedo
Would
defenders
Jack
are down?
Ciattarelli be able to hold on to
Maybe their stock
the
is down?
coalition that Trump built in 2024? The answer, obviously, no.
I'll look at this
But what
in-
did we learn
in a
in that
second.
county?
Yeah, and I expect it. You see, it's about half the vote, so
Yeah.
I'm a little hesitant here, only because
I need,
we
you know what
do
I
have
need?
the
I need a
same-day
live
vote
stream
still
of
coming
Deborah
in, so I
Messing.
do expect this
I need
number
Deborah
to tighten
Messing to
that
go
you're seeing
live.
here right now. But again, the form that we've seen all night in New Jersey is it tightens, but it's not tightening nearly to the degree that Ciattarelli wanted it to. So again, put this in
Hakeem
some
Jeffries'
perspective.
endorsement
Trump
must have
outright
tipped the
won
scales.
Passaic
Yes, thank
County.
you. Thank
Again,
you,
you're talking
Hakeem.
40% Hispanic Passaic County. This is where the city of Patterson is. You know, Passaic really is. It's Patterson. It's the city of Passaic. These are two heavily Hispanic cities. You got a bunch of sort of big blue.
The most important endorsement.
This is like Wayne, New Jersey. If you
We
know
did
well.
it.
And there's some rural areas, actually, believe it or not, up here.
We-
But anyway, it's a mix
we
of those
freaking
things.
did
Trump
it,
was
y'all.
able to win it, and no Republican in a presidential race had won Passaic County in decades when he pulled this off. Now,
I
there
wonder
were
how
some
Amy
signs
Schumer's
when
feeling.
Ciattarelli was running in 2021 of Republican life here. This was a
Do you
decent
think these-
performance
do you
for
think these
Ciattarelli to
rich
come close and
Cuomo
miss,
supporting
but
celebrities
Trump
are all
outright
having-
won this.
they're
And
having a
again, I
morning
expect
party
this to get
tonight.
closer tonight, but
They're all in
based on what we're
mourning.
seeing
They're all
around the
hanging
rest of
out, drinking wine.
I think Pasayk's likely to go back to the blue side.
Crying.
All right, Steve, thank you for that deep dive. Hogan, let me turn to you because I have
pretending like they're going to leave America.
Out to me saying, what's surprising about New Jersey are the margins. That, as Hallie was setting up,
Glow
the
Perk,
hope
thank you for the
was
24
that they would be
months.
able to keep this to single digits, maybe
Yeah,
6, maybe
Chuck Schumer
5
fucking
points.
refused.
That would
Refused
be
to not
a
only
good
endorse
night
him, but
for
say who he
Republicans
voted
if they
for.
couldn't have an outright win. I know that you're saying, look,
Get him
this is
out.
a blue state, so let's not overread what happened here.
Sure.
At the same time, are there some lessons
hold on, I have to
for
pee.
Republicans as you turn your sights toward the midterm?
There are always lessons to be learned in campaigns, especially when you lose them. What could you have done differently? Listen, I don't know how strong that coalition was for other people. I know how strong it is and was for Donald Trump.
So is that the key?
So I think Trump being on the ballot obviously drives turnout. And I'll tell you, I have long said if the RNC, the NRCC, and all these Republican groups don't work to capitalize on what Donald Trump was able to accomplish by himself, it's going to be very difficult moving forward because no one is able to turn out voters on the Republican side and, quite frankly, somewhat on the Democrat side as Donald Trump is. And when he's not on the ballot, you see a way different margin of turnout in across all of these demographics.
Oh, calm like a Tom. Holy
the
moly.
Why? I think it's important.
Calm like a Tom.
but
Thank you so
Donald
much
Trump
for
not being at
the
top, I
20
think it
gifted
matters.
Can I just
subs.
ask a question, though, as we're talking about the Republican messaging here? Because I'm thinking back to a
Gloper,
conversation
thank
that I
you for
had.
the
Was it today? Yes, very
24
recently,
months.
right?
Fellini,
about,
thank you for the
about these races here.
gifted.
And I had a smart Republican, very involved.
Nancy Mace is getting
in
eaten up.
Republican
Right
politics, whose name was
Okay. Let's see these crash outs. Oh, they give me life. Breadline's about to be a real thing in New York. Congrats. They already are. On the weekend can be 30 minutes or more for the best bagels in town. I'll take the under on the coming non-Instagrammable version. God, these bitch asses. Election night cope thread. Pam Bondi had more than enough time to investigate Zohran Mamdani's naturalization documents and didn't. Disappointing is an understatement. I'm so sick of this. This is what we're up against. These people want you dead. They could not be any clearer about it. This is the fight right here. 51. You know what's so rich? 51. Okay, so he's responding to Jay Jones' text scandal. And it's so rich because do we not remember the Politico story from like a couple weeks ago where young Republicans were straight up saying, I love Hitler, that kind of shit? These people want you dead. Oh, okay. So how do the people feel who say, let's put them in the gas chambers? Those are just kids. They were just 35-year-old kids, babies, practically fetuses. And Jay Jones is only a child. Only a child. Not voting until we learning the truth about who killed Charlie. Oh my God, she's still going. Literally do not care how anybody feels about that. Not lifting one finger. Okay, girl. Can I tell y'all something? I know some like dyed in the wool MAGA folks, hardcore MAGA, who for the first time are starting to express doubt about Trump, about Israel, because of people like Candace Owens pushing these conspiracy theories that Mossad killed Charlie Kirk. And they're starting to see his wife and be like, what's happening here? What's going on? 30 minutes until the polls in New York City close and our fate is decided forever. Oh my God. You know what? New York City deserves these people who probably all don't even live there. They're just doing the thing where they pretend that they live there. They pretend like this affects them personally. And New York City is better off with all these losers out. Please go. Please leave New York City. If you all leave New York City, maybe I'll go there. Maybe. Just drove to New York City and voted 40 times. Hell yeah, brother. That's a true comrade. A disgusting result. It's time to invoke the Communist Control Act of 1954. Oh, my fave, Brianna Wu. woo. Oh, girl, nobody likes you. No one. You're on no one's side. Nobody likes you. Ain't nobody on your team. Brianna, ain't nobody. I told you the GOP would get hammered today. The GOP lost every major election, and now multiple Islamic jihadists are in power. Multiple Islamic jihadists are in power. Are the multiple Islamic jihadists in power in the room with us? I warned the GOP this would happen if they didn't start speaking out about the Islamification of America. What fantasy world does Laura Loomer live in where the GOP, as well as the Democratic Party, has not been blatantly Islamophobic on Maine? What are we talking about? Why is Laura Loomer acting like she's the only person out here? Hello, Deborah Messing? Do not erase Deborah Messing's 100 Instagram stories. Okay? This is what happens when a party attaches itself to Qatar. There were no major efforts to address the danger posed. These candidates, because the GOP is too in bed with Islamic foreigners. The GOP has their priorities wrong. Please fight. Please, please rip each other apart. Please, please, please. This might be the best one yet. Oh, Michael Rappaport. Oh, this fucking... Oh, this gives me life. Oh, him and all these other loser-ass racists, these douchebags, just total douchebags. Eat shit. Just shovel that shit down your fucking gullet. When I was little, I dreamed of living in New York City. Now I don't even want to visit. Cope and seethe. Seethe and cope. What the fuck? My honest reaction to these replies. Here, take this. Yeah. Take this. Oh, God. Oh, they're so... It's a bad night. It's a bad night to be a racist. Okay, let's watch AOC.
Parallels between the bases of what drove out voters.
Sejong, thank you for 22 months. Nika, thank you for tier 1. Fenley, and thank you for 25 months. Westman, thank you for 26 months.
We don't take voters for granted.
Yeah, Tiffany's the one who Musk was paying out. Yep.
Take many of the communities that are historically taken for granted in our political system.
The bar is now high.
Yeah,
right?
woke is back, baby.
He's going to work on free buses.
Woke is back.
And rent freezes and universal child care, which we know is the most expensive part of that platform and would likely require the cooperation of the New York State legislature to raise tax revenues. How high is the bar, I guess? Do you see that becoming something that will manifest?
I think people are mobilized by this vision. And what is so important is that I think people...
Hello, I rated with Mari. Hi, Shireen.
New Yorkers are practical. I don't think they expect that we're going to come in on January 1st and press a button. But I do think that New Yorkers
Look
are
out,
very
Chuck Schumer.
motivated to vote for someone who has those goals and wants to move in that direction as opposed to no direction at all.
Well, so that's another thing that Mamdani has said is there wasn't an affirmative message for Democrats. What's the takeaway? Right? People around the country are looking at this race and saying a Democratic socialist.
Congrats on the win.
office,
Now you have a
sure,
big
that can work in New York
responsibility.
City. It's
If I
never
can
gonna
help
work in other
NYC, just
places
let me know what I can do. Get the fuck out.
Well, you know, I have
Get
to
out.
Say, so I'm a millennial.
Ain't nobody want you.
I'm 36 years old. And people my age, my first election was for Barack Obama when I was 18 years old.
No one else.
We've been hearing Democrats
Do you know what time is our on speech?
our
Not
entire
yet,
voting
but
lives. I think that as
probably
time goes on,
soonish.
this is not a threat
No
that
one
is
else.
really
No one
resonating
else.
with the majority and large pluralities of the electorate. And that this kind of name calling doesn't really have the weight that results do have.
Can I ask you, because that's an important point, what does it mean to be a Democratic Socialist? Because I realize there are so many nuances with the national organization and the local chapters and who they'll endorse and who they won't endorse and what issues are driving those decisions. What do you see as the definition of a Democratic Socialist?
I mean, to me, it's this radical idea that working people have economic rights.
So radical.
When you read the Constitution of this
So
country.
scary.
We have beautiful, incredible freedoms of speech, and we have so many liberties and due processes. But should we not also have the right to housing, the right to a livable wage?
Seaside Eyes, thank you for the prime.
To provide health care and child care to the best that we are able and capable of providing in this country.
I would have the right to stay in communities where you've lived for years, because the expectation now is that President Trump has sort of forecast what he's going to do in New York City as it concerns potentially National Guard strips, more ICE raids. How do you see this playing out in the months ahead?
Well, we know that President Trump operates through
Someone tell them they're not invited to the party. Fuck off.
He has been convicted on 34
Living the fuck
criminal
out.
counts of felony. The Supreme Court has essentially authorized through their rulings his ability to commit crimes in office. And so we know that he will step outside the bounds of what is acceptable to society. But I think that our choice is, are we going to respond with fear, or are we going to respond with unity and courage?
The vibe difference between Cuomo's
He's
party
going to be withholding funds from New York City, which I'm not
and
going to be clear if he has the
Zoran's
constitutional
party.
authority to do that. But what does the resistance look like under the former?
I mean, of course, President Trump doesn't have the authority, but that's not something that he really cares about. But let's just say that New York City is not a place that gets pushed around, and that we have our own cards up our sleeve as well.
Cuomo's probably not
What
even
is
there.
your lasting message, I guess, as we look around and we
Well,
see...
he has to
however many
deliver his
hundreds of people
concession
here right now,
speech.
but millions that are watching around the country. What are the takeaways from Zohran Mamdani's ascendance, from someone no one had heard of as of about January, to winning the primary and now the next mayor of New York?
That as dark as this time is, as challenging as this moment can be, anything is still possible in America.
We appreciate your enthusiasm and your optimism and your time. Thank you so much, Congresswoman. It was great to talk with you. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kristen, I'm going to send it back to you. And of course, I think, again, the working class
Let me just
themes
say,
here,
look at
right?
this.
The Congresswoman
Yeah,
really
working class
sort of
themes.
drilled
Oh,
upon that.
would you look at
These
that?
aren't crazy ideas
More people
necessarily
voted
to
in
provide
New York
people with a
City's
base level of
election this year than they have in 50
making them
years.
actionable
That's a win for
in cities
democracy
where there might
and a
be
testament to Zohran Mamdani's inspiring campaign. Congratulations to the next mayor of the greatest city in the world. So here's the fucking thing. All these establishment Dems who are seeing what happened tonight, what has been happening for months now, who recognize that this historic turnout was because of Zohran, was because of him speaking to working class people in New York City, offering them policies to address the affordability crisis, the cost of living, which per exit polls was like 55% of the biggest concern.
Yeah,
So
I think one of the things when Biden was in office,
make no mistake, they are not going to stop trying to crush
socialist bill.
the progressive side
The needle on that
of
topic or that title
of
at
the
all,
party,
because no one really cared about the
crush the
socialism. You had
left,
big government
but they're going to
socialism,
try
socialism, everybody freaked
and
out, the thing went into a
they're going to
80%
try and
negative.
play along.
What you just
They're going to play
saw
along
what
and
you
be
just
like,
witnessed is the front runner, I believe,
oh,
for
it's
2028.
so amazing to see just how many people turned out and voted and how inspiring Zohran's campaign was.
Just going to her tonight proves to me this is the party of Mamdani. It is the party
Yeah.
of AOC. They are the ones leading the torch. And you see people like Bernie Sanders doing interviews with her, kind of giving her the go-ahead to be that person on their side. So I
Zohran
expect to see
Mamdani
a whole lot more of her.
got over a
Her
million
messaging
votes.
is something that I think resonates with the Democrat base. I, for one, think it's a disaster, but I also want more of it. I want her to keep going.
Actually, is this the party of Mamdani and AOC? Does Hogan have a point? And do you see her? I mean, she's obviously gotten a lot of buzz. Could she be a Senate candidate? Could she be a presidential candidate?
No, I wouldn't say the Democratic Party belongs to any one particular candidate or elected official. I don't believe that. I think what AOC's been saying
Obama
is a
can't even bring himself to
consistent
congratulate
message she's saying
Zohran
since she showed
directly.
up on the scene, which is that, again, life
Congrats
is
to all the
unaffordable for
Democratic
too many
candidates who
people.
won tonight.
And that is the part that's resonating. But each one of these
Can I see the
candidates,
numbers? Yeah,
you know,
hold on.
run to their local districts or to their local state. You look at somebody like Spanberger. Spanberger is not anywhere close to AOC. And so one could argue, as well as she performed tonight, it could be a Spanberger party. I mean, like, why wouldn't it be?
Oh, hell
So I
no.
just think
No,
that,
it
you know,
ain't going to
the
be a
party is as
Spanberger
diverse
party.
as it is.
Absolutely
The
fucking
question,
not.
though,
Absolutely
I think what
not.
Republicans are going to have to start examining is why did they lose
So
those votes
Zoran
in their
has
voters
over
in-
a
in,
million
in those
votes.
counties?
89% of
Is
the
it
votes
the
are
immigration
in.
issue? Is it the deportation? I mean, they've got to start to unpack why they're losing that coalition.
Well, Hallie, you
Huge.
had the first post from President Trump.
Don't you send me
He's
with
got-
hot
oh,
reporting.
he's got-
It's a Truth
he's got-
Social.
it's
Hot
a-
off the
I
press.
forgot about that.
Hot off the press, Donald
He's
Trump
got
Truth
his own
Social
take.
post.
He's
He has an answer to that.
He has an
exactly.
answer to
He
that
has
question.
his thoughts
the whole
on this.
night.
The president
What
has
does he
posted
say?
online now, to your point here, Kristen, which you're totally right about. And he thinks that the president has suggested there's two reasons, Ashley, to your point, as to why Republicans didn't do better. Number one, because his name was not on the ballot. And number two, because of the government shutdown. And so, you know, that as I think insight into where the president's head is at here. He was not on the ballot. And I understand the president's always on the ballot. Again, physically, his
Wow,
name
I
is
can't
not on the
believe
ballot.
his
You know, this
endorsement
isn't
of
a presidential
Cuomo
year.
did not
and this has been
did not
exactly
go
to the
over
point that
well.
we're talking about here. If his name is not on the ballot, what happens to that quote-unquote Trump coalition? Those first-time voters, those independents,
I also
et cetera?
love whenever
Because to all
he
the discussion
refers to
here around
himself
what
in
is the
third
brand of the
person.
Democratic Party, I'm struck by something that our
Donald Trump
darling
referred to
friend Steve
himself in
Bernanke
third
said just a
person.
couple days ago in that new NBC News poll came out, this sort of under-the-radar thing that he was watching, which was about what our poll showed on the Democratic brand. Only about a third of Democrats view socialism favorably. Now, fewer view it negatively than they did last year, but 35% is not, an overwhelming majority of the party that views socialism favorably.
And
So I
you
just
know
think
what,
this is all
too?
sort of
We need
part
to
and
talk
parcel of the
about
context.
how
And can I be sort of like,
pro-Palestine,
whatever.
a pro-Palestine
I think this goes back to
position,
the point that we've all been making, which is like
treating
maybe there's not
Palestinians
one
as human
crystal
beings
clear takeaway from
is
tonight, right?
popular.
Like maybe nuance exists.
We need
there's a
more
lot
of that.
nuance, I think you're right.
Candidates need to
That's kind of
understand
an overarching
that
question
being
I have, and that is everyone talks
being
about
a person
the political realignment that has
who
been happening over
does
the
not
past few
support
years under
genocide,
Donald Trump
does not
that was
support apartheid,
crystallized in the 2024
will
election.
win you votes.
So what happened to that
Being
political
truly
realignment?
anti-war.
Is it not a permanent realignment? Do all those Democratic
Let Dick
autopsies
Cheney's
that
death
started
today
coming out last week that are going to start
stick in a box.
continue to come out over the next few weeks about the last election in 2024? Do those mean anything? Do
Let
they
this
throw those out
death
the door?
remind us all
And do they, or have they figured
that
out
people
have they
do not
figured
like
out
war.
what the path is, and that's just affordability. Don't talk about
Economy.
cultural issues, health care, the things that
Americans
they think that they
don't
can
like
win
their
on
tax
in this
dollars
current
being
environment.
spent
But
to
the
destroy
Trump voter is
lives
the
over
one that
in areas
mystifies
like the Middle
Republicans
East.
and Democrats, because Republicans need them to come out when Trump's name is not on the ballot.
Yep.
And Republicans haven't been able to figure out how to get them to the polls when his name is not.
It's a really important point. I do want to head out to NBC's Julie Sirkin, who joins us from the Chitterelli headquarters, where, Julie, you actually have some reporting about what people are starting to say about the campaign that was run by Jack Chitterelli. What are your sources telling you?
Yeah, well, all night long, people have been crowding around
Yeah,
our little
when
screen
is-
here
when
because
is
there was no
Cuomo
other monitor in this
gonna,
room. One woman
concede
told
again
me it's
for the
because
second
they know
time?
that he's not doing well right after the polls close at 8 o'clock. I was struck by a conversation I had with a voter yesterday, but first let me tell you what I got from the room today, and that is I spoke to
Awaiting
a couple of
vote.
voters who voted
Making
for
working
President
class
Trump.
life impossible in America. And I think that they want to send fighters in every single pocket of this country.
1337,
to fight
thank you
for
for the
working
5
people
minutes.
to make life affordable and safe for all.
When Trump promised, as he has in recent days, that he will give only the bare minimum to New York as a result of this election, what do you say to that?
I think he should be careful about the threats that he issues and what cities he threatens, because New York City is not a city, as we see from this electorate. These are not people, and our people are not people who easily back down, who take well to threats. And I just don't think that Americans take well to leaders who try to coerce them through hostile messaging. I think they want public servants who work for them and not against them. And I think that the results that we've seen in Georgia, in Virginia, in New Jersey, and in New York
Will
City
we
demonstrate
know
that.
What should Democrats
Minneapolis
do going forward? Because
election
there is a lot
tonight?
of
I'm
data
checking
now,
right
both
now.
what happened tonight, but also some polling that shows a deep dissatisfaction with the Trump administration. The government
Minneapolis
is still
also
shut
uses
down
ranked
as we
choice.
speak. What's the next step?
Well, as we know, Mike Johnson has refused to call the House of Representatives back into session. It's been about a month now, and we have federal workers that have been laid off. We have federal workers that are not taking paychecks. We have SNAP recipients that this administration has essentially
Potentially
indicated,
not,
and this
depending on
president has
how long it
indicated that he
takes
is
to
willing
do
starve them
ranked choice counting.
in order to coerce them into supporting him. And this is a very grave
And if no one gets
moment.
50%,
You think that the party should continue to hold out, no negotiations?
then obviously it goes into a
I mean, I
runoff.
think this Republican
Oh, Cuomo's about
leadership
to speak?
refuses to even seriously engage in any sort of negotiation or attempt to reopen the government. I think that Democrats stand at the ready to do so, but the Republican majority simply isn't even calling on Hakeem Jeffries or in any of the Democratic Party for a serious negotiation to make this happen.
So the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, did not endorse in this race. He did not endorse Mamdani and wouldn't say how
Hey,
he
Reno,
voted.
thank you for the 5
What's your
gifted
response to that?
subs.
Well, what I think is so impressive about what Zohran Mamdani accomplished tonight, as well as the entire movement of New Yorkers that came out to vote for him, is that he had to not just defeat a
Let's go,
Republican.
he won.
He had
Oh,
to defeat
indeed.
a Republican and the old guard of
Oh,
the Democratic
indeed.
Party at the same time. He was fighting a war on two fronts and not just one. And
Here's
he still
Cuomo's
won
live stream. Thank
resoundingly.
you.
And I think the message that sends is that the Democratic Party cannot last much longer by
Ready
denying
on day one.
the future, by
Are we?
trying to undercut our young, by trying to undercut a next generation of diverse and upcoming Democrats that have the parties, the actual party, our actual electorate and voters support.
All right, we have to go, but I have to ask you, because Republicans are saying that Chuck Schumer is afraid of you. Is he?
I don't think so. I think that, Senator Schumer and I have worked together. I think that
He should
Republicans,
be.
I think Republicans are afraid of me.
He
I'll
should
tell you that
be.
much. And I think that they
Make him
project
afraid.
their fear of me onto him.
Make him afraid, girl.
So I think
Come
that
on.
They're just telling on themselves when they say that.
All right, Congresswoman, thank you very much for joining us. Back to you, Jake, in Washington.
Actually, I'll take it. We're standing by to hear from New York City's mayor-elect, Democrat Zohran Mamdani. After his big win, Democrats already celebrating tonight, but can they keep their momentum in the weeks and months ahead? All eyes now on California and Governor Gavin Newsom's redistricting proposition. We're watching long lines outside polling places there with just minutes left until the polls
Every
close.
single county in Virginia shifted blue. Yes. So this is what I'm talking about when I'm like, pay attention to tonight outside of the New York City mayoral race, because this is the first.
It's Elvis bread.
This is the first
just
look
imagining that there
at
are
what
easier ways to
potentially
make
the
a loaf of bread.
midterms next year will hold,
Breaking
and what the
Bread,
current
season finale,
sentiment
Sunday
is
at 9 on CNN and next day on the
towards
CNN
Donald
app.
Trump and the Republican Party, and it's not good.
A little something, Dad?
Hold up. Walt rolled his 401k account into an Empower IRA and planned for times like this. I'm Virginia.
Okay, let's see what we Where's Cuomo?
We talked about Virginia in 2024 as being a state. It was still a blue state, but Donald Trump had made some real gains in Virginia last year. He got the margin down to 6 points. He lost it by double digits in 2020. So he made gains in Virginia. The story for Trump's gains in Virginia was it was a story up here. A lot of it was up here. A lot of it was in Northern Virginia. A lot of it was in these very blue parts of Northern Virginia where they stayed blue, but Trump did a lot better than he had done a lot.
What is happening right now?
Wait.
Who the hell is that? What is happening right now? You're from California.
Get him out of here! Who is this bozo from California? What's he doing in New York City? Who the hell does he think he is? Who the hell does he think he is? All the way from Los Angeles? Get back to WeHo. Get back to the Abbey where you belong. What are you doing in New York? Energy's so good tonight. We're up, baby. We're up. He doesn't even go here. He doesn't even go here. This is absurd. At Cuomo's election party. This can't be real. Nothing is real. Life is not real. Life is not real. Also, if I were to ever run for office, yes, I wouldn't have to deal with the Islamophobia. But yes, I would have to deal with motherfucking, oh, so one of your good friends said America deserved 9/11. Oh, so you support animal abuse, huh? It would be so annoying that I wouldn't want to run for office just because of how fucking annoying it would be. The congressional run where I will just be, everything will be overshadowed. Everything will be overshadowed by every single thing Hassan has ever said. I'm like, you know what? Forget about it. Okay. Yeah, actually, I'm going to start disavowing him right now. Oh, we got Cuomo. Hold on. Here we go. Second concession speech.
Telef Lundaval, the new son-in-law, husband of Mariah.
His daughters, who I'm pretty sure can't even vote in New York.
We have Mariah, Cara, Michaela.
Parliament, thank you for the 19 months.
Chairman Bill Mulrow, our great campaign manager, Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive, and that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Paterson, all the unions, and I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots, and I am proud of you.
Get wrecked.
This campaign,
double loser. Truly a double loser.
Was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country.
Maybe he just needed,
coalition
maybe he just needed one more AI ad.
Transcended
One more.
partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first
Islamophobia is bipartisan?
is as citizens of New York City.
You mean the efforts to crush progressivism in this country is bipartisan?
2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election.
And it wasn't for you, bro.
42% voted for us on an independent line.
Trump is the best president ever. Fuck yes, dude. Hell yes. It's too bad that his endorsement didn't win Cuomo.
It's
too bad.
Percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977. It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy of
ugly
jobs,
and zero
of
riz.
opportunity, of entrepreneurship.
Everybody point and laugh.
That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain.
Everybody point and laugh
We are
at the
a
guy who
nation
lost
of
twice.
laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity. And we have no
Except we
tolerance
hate Muslims.
for discrimination of any kind by
Unless
race,
that's
religion, sexual
unless it's against
orientation, or
Muslims.
creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks. Our strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist. We are one. We are the family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence. And you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is what it means to be a New Yorker. No one and nothing will ever divide us. And this campaign was necessary to make that point.
Do you think
a caution flag that we are heading down a dangerous road?
Here we go. Here we go.
Well, we made that point, and they heard us, and we will hold them to it. Also, my friends,
Who are we holding?
Feel proud.
Andrew Cuomo?
Because we accomplished the two important New York characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel proud because we fought our hearts out and we left it all on the field. Congratulations to Zohran Mamdani. No.
Mamdani.
That is not right.
They still will never say
that
his
is
name
not
right. Never.
And that is not us.
Zohran Mamdani.
Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City. And from the bottom of my heart,
I thought you were going to Florida.
I thank each and every one of you. I love you for the fight you made, for the soul that you showed, and the example that you set. New York City heard us, and we will be the better for it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Fucking bitch ass.
Yeah, I'm out at Brooklyn. Now I'm down in Tribeca, right next to De Niro. But I'll be hood forever. I'm the new Sinatra. And since I made it here, I can make it anywhere. Yeah, they love me everywhere. I used to cop in Harlem. All of my Dominicanos right there up on Broadway. Pulled me back to that McDonald's. Took it to my stash spot, 560 State Street. Catch me in the kitchen like a Simmons whipping pastry.
Back in the white Bronco. That's not OJ's Bronco, as Cuomo clarified. Tell me you put that song on? No, that's playing at Cuomo's headquarters. That is playing at Cuomo's headquarters. Oh my God, I love seeing Sex Pest lose twice. Cuomo headquarters where they're playing New York, where they're playing Jay-Z. Empire State of Mind. For Cuomo, who is so fucking out of that city before you can say loser. Should have played Billy Joel. Okay, wait, let's check. I think they're talking about Prop 50. Let's see.
Against it, Democrats are supporting
Let's see it.
Here's what some voters told us today, starting
Let's
with
see. I want to see what's going on with Prop 50.
who is a Trump supporter. He's against it, followed by a woman who is not registered with the party and is supporting it.
The system is set up already, and it doesn't need to diverge
and be something else to benefit one system versus the other. We have enough problems right now.
Why is it important to come out for this special election? What brought you out?
What brought me out? The state of the country?
Okay, so
I've been unemployed for over a year.
Oh.
So I have to vote because that's the only way I can voice my opinion.
And that woman's emotion there, guys, I think is really tapping into what Governor Newsom was trying to, I should say, tap into by putting this proposal forward, which is he made the case consistently that this is about more than California, that this proposition is about being able to voice your anger with the Trump administration, protect democracy, and speak out against the direction of this country, guys.
Well, what happens in California could have huge implications for the midterms and for Governor Newsom's own political future if he does decide to run for president. Liz Kreutz, thank you for that great reporting. We'll check back in with you. I do want to go now back to NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki.
What's up,
Who's
Puzzles?
been following all of the big races tonight, and you are watching California. Polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern. What are you going to be watching for there, Steve?
Yeah, at 11 o'clock, you get big batches of votes in these counties. That early vote, a lot of that mail vote comes in. California is a state where a lot of vote comes in fast, and then the rest of it comes in very, very slowly. So if it were a close race, it could take till December. But what have we been seeing tonight? To put this in some perspective, between Virginia, New York City, not surprisingly.
Yeah, I think she might have actually put herself in a coma because I have not seen an Instagram story since it was announced.
You see an even lower approval rating for him in California. You see how that's correlated with the results, it appears, in Virginia and in New Jersey. And if you look in California, so much of the messaging that Gavin Newsom and the supporters of this initiative have put forward has been, hey, deliver a message to Donald Trump.
Okay,
fight
so
Donald
let me just briefly talk about Prop 50. So Prop 50, also known as the Election Rigging Response Act. This is a ballot measure in California that Californians voted on today, and it would remap California's congressional districts for the next 3 election cycles. So this was in response to the redistricting that Trump and the Republicans did in Texas, and other conservative red states are looking to follow suit. And they essentially stole 5 seats, Democratic seats in Texas. And so this would potentially turn 5 House seats in California from Republican to Democrat. And if it's successful, I am sure we will see other blue states follow suit as a way to counter what the Republicans are doing as far as redistricting and stealing seats. According to the Public Policy Institute of California poll, 56% of likely voters approved of the amendment, but we most likely won't know for a while if the proposition passes.
Republicans have enacted a new map in Missouri that could give themselves a new seat there. There's a potential that would go to a referendum. It's complicated. The court ordered, there's a law and court ordering redistricting in Ohio. The new maps have come into place. It could be Republican gains of 2 seats, but they are going to be competitive there. But there could be Republican gains. New maps in North Carolina could be a new Republican gain there. Florida looms as a big possibility. If Republicans are aggressive, they could get 3, maybe 4 new seats out of there. So there are other states coming into the mix. And it's also important because, again, at 2, it's hard to see Republicans controlling the House, especially when you look at some of the results we're seeing tonight. But if Republicans could succeed in a lot of these states in redrawing it, if they could ever defeat this initiative in California, that number could be 10 or more. That would give them a much better chance of holding the House.
And Steve, just to put a fine point on this, if you look at the math,
honestly,
and I want to make sure I understand
you know what?
it
This is what the Dems need to be doing.
Republicans have
this
a
is
little
what they
bit
got
of
to
an
do.
edge
Fight fire
in
with
this
fire.
Redistricting tit for
Grow a
tat,
fucking
right?
backbone.
Yeah, absolutely. That's I
if Republicans are going to keep redistricting,
keep
redrawing the map, stealing seats,
really aggressive. But there's a lot of moving parts.
Here's
here.
the thing:
These
are the moves that Gavin Newsom is making because he's going to be running for president.
Are getting ideas. Trump and Republicans
that
are
man
putting
is running
pressure
for president.
on a lot of states. Democratic activists
and he's
are
trying to
pressure.
demonstrate right now
Wisconsin has entered
that
into
he's
the
a Democrat who fights back. I have my problems with Gavin Newsom.
But there are
tons
more
and tons of
places
problems with him
where Republicans could do it for
I think he's very smarmy. I think he's just like a
you've seen in some of these states, I'm thinking of
politician.
Indiana, for example, these pockets of Republican resistance, right? I mean, these places where it's not as though it's unanimity among the Republican Party that this should move forward, despite the state's governor
and he's
backing it.
Showing
on the
like
Democratic side, you
he's
look at
one
a state
of
like
the
Maryland,
few
Ashley, and you've got
major
some
Democratic
pushback,
figures
even as the governor
who's,
saying, no, we're going to look into this. You've got some
fighting
pushback
back
from
against the Republicans
state-level Democrats there who
that
say,
he's
hey,
doing
maybe
something.
we don't want to go down this road, because once this snowball gets going, like, we sort of lose control of it here. And I think that's an interesting dynamic at play as well.
Well, not just that. I mean, the argument is the courts are going to weigh in. So the courts could, I mean, especially in Maryland,
When is
I mean,
Mamdani
the
gonna
opposition there
speak?
to the governor, the
Zoran,
state senator is saying,
Zoran.
we could actually, if we redraw, we could gain 1 seat. If the courts come and challenge it, we could lose 2 seats. So I think that is the
Oh
risk.
my
His point is
God.
like, you know, what's the risk reward with most of these things? You might, you know, we might vote for Proposition
On your
50,
marks,
but the courts
get
might come back
set,
and challenge the
Zoe.
entire map.
Wait,
And you
that's-
may not get 5 seats.
I actually
think
kind
this
of
is a
fuck
moving
with that. On
target.
your
What
marks,
about
get
that
set, Zoe.
point
Wait,
and
that
the
kind of goes
idea
hard.
that ultimately,
The red
this
apple?
could backfire against either
Wait,
party.
why does this
Could. I
go
think it's one of
so
the biggest,
hard?
most significant issues facing this country as it relates to upcoming elections. Without a doubt, this could shift the map dramatically. You could have some massive gains on the House side. You could have
Yo,
some
they keep
losses
giving
on
us
the House
bangers.
side.
Actually
it also
fire.
has presidential implications as well. Are we counting illegal aliens in these census
Like, print
numbers?
that
Are we
shit
not
out.
counting them? All of these things are kind of wrapped into
New
an
York
issue
Post
where
backfiring.
if they were to pass some of these things, and as Ashley pointed out, once they pass them,
I don't like Gavin at all. He
courts
thinks
are
the rules
still going to get involved.
don't apply to him, but I had to
and
back
these
him on
things are gonna
this.
be challenged.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
who knows how much of this gets settled?
I think a
before we
lot
start
of
voting in the midterms as well.
people
And I think
have
the other
been
point is that it
desperate
sets
for
a
the Democrats to do
precedent. Then we
fucking
can, you know, you can
anything
go
to
through a
counter
redistricting process, and
the
at any
Republicans
point, if I
just
decide I need
constantly
leverage to win an election,
redrawing these
I'm gonna
maps
redraw
and
the maps.
stealing
I mean, that's
seats.
the challenge.
That's what it's
Like,
for
just
anyway.
do anything.
Pretty much gerrymandering is so you can win elections.
No,
anyway.
absolutely. But I'm saying it sets a precedence that, you know, each of these states now that are getting in the battle are now open to mid-decade redistricting.
Unfortunately,
at
the
whim
agony will now
of,
be
you know, trying
in
to
my
win.
lexicon at the
One
slightest
of the
inconvenience.
fascinating
Ugh,
aspects
the agony.
of the Prop 50 battle.
Like, I will be sending that picture of Deborah Messing.
When
I'm
Yes,
so
it's
dramatic.
not just about redistricting, which is huge.
Who is it about?
It is about the potential future of Governor
That's
Gavin
exactly
Newsom.
right.
Now, I interviewed him. I tried to get him to tell me his entire presidential platform.
you got-
if he
you got
runs.
there, almost.
If he runs, wouldn't do it. He said he's focused on this fight right now. But talk about how the two are inextricably linked.
I love that you're raising
Okay,
this
so
because
let me
I think this is such a key
just,
part to this redistricting fight. It is 100% about, obviously, the redistricting and about, you know, the maps and where that goes. It is also certainly about Governor Gavin Newsom being, in many ways, the face of the opposition to the Democratic.
I wanted to read some of this piece from Iman Abdelhadi, who is great. Follow her on Twitter. Zohran Mamdani wins, and it is a celebration of my New York. Mamdani will be New York City's first Muslim socialist mayor, but his victory does and should mean much more. When I was 21 and had just arrived in New York City, I could not believe everyone knew what halal meant, or that you could see Bismillah etched onto food carts at every street corner, or that Egyptian vendors would blast DIY music from Cairo's working class corners into the streets of Midtown. But the halal carts were not an aberration. Coming from mid-Missouri, where I once asked if I spoke Islamic, I marveled at the Brooklyn mosque that played the Adhan out loud, at the bearded uncles who read the Quran quietly under their breath on the subway, at my own ability to walk down the street in a hijab without turning a head. New York was a revelation. An American city, it turns out, could be Muslim. And Jewish and Catholic and Christian and nothing in particular, and atheist too. New York also nurtured me as a leftist. I had lived only in small Midwestern towns. The city unleashed my radical potential. Seems like the New York Post was right. It was there that I learned to organize in a union, to lead chants at a rally, to live in a protest camp. Struggle in the city taught me how to fight, usually alongside other leftist Muslims, for abortion, for Black lives, for immigrants, for Palestine, for a world worth living in. I knew it, brother. I knew it. These radical lunatics on the left, these commies. New York City is falling. Says a guy who lives nowhere near New York City. Zohran Mamdani's victory, a socialist Muslim one, feels like a celebration of my New York. It could not come soon enough. It's cliche to complain about the New York where I spent my 20s is no longer the New York of today. How many American writers have loved, left, and lamented New York? Too many to count. But please permit me a walk down this well-trodden path. When I returned to my beloved Brooklyn in 2022 for a summer, sandwiches cost $15 and a studio in Bed-Stuy was $2,500 a month. The playground of the rich portion of the city had expanded into the places where I used to be able to feed myself on a grad student salary and my love of Caribbean food. Everyone I know that has stayed is either lonely and isolated by the demands of more and more work to survive, or they're facing catastrophic financial precarity, or both. The rich are squeezing working class New Yorkers of all races into the corners of the city, into impossible lives and implausible futures. What did I say, Bed Stewie? Whatever. I'm not from... Shut up. Bed Wait, I always thought it was Bed Stewie. Is it not? Whatever. It is now. Shut up. Bed-Stuy, Big-Stuy. Oh my God, I can never go to New York. I can never go to New York City ever again. Okay. Anyway, everyone I know... No, I always have thought that because it looks S-T-U-Y in my brain is Stewie. It's Stewie in my brain. I think Zoran is speaking soon. Okay, ping me when he's speaking. This is not a very long piece. Everyone I know that has stayed is either lonely and isolated, blah, blah, blah. And then Mamdani. I remember seeing the campaign in its infancy on social media and through friends' posts. I've become a poster child for left unity and optimism, but I admit I had my doubts. This sweet... If you listen to Billy Joel... No, fuck Billy Joel. I have become a poster child for left unity and optimism, but I admit I had my doubts. This sweet kid with his 1990s aesthetic, a former rapper, a one-time open anti-Zionist, we'll come back to that. What chance could he have against the Democratic machine? Turns out, a big one. Mamdani is charismatic and smart and hardworking and principled, but those things would not have been enough if he did not have game-changing movement support. His victory is the result of a working-class uprising, an uprising of the young and the tired, of the taxi drivers and the food delivery guys, of everyone who makes the city great, staking a claim to its future. Wait, Prop 50 is passed? Oh, let's go. NBC is already calling it. Oh, hell yeah. I thought it was going to take longer because of mail-in votes. What was Prop 50? Prop 50 is the ballot measure in California that will remap California's congressional districts for the next 3 election cycles. Let's go. Sobu, thank you for the bits. Woohoo. Yoshi, thank you for the bits. Cadavra, thank you for the 28 months. Parliament, thank you for the 19 months. Prop 50 was called. Okay, that's huge. Yo, tonight, big night. Tonight is a big night. Okay. Let me finish reading this. When we celebrate Zoran's victory, we're celebrating New York fighting to save itself. As his campaign soared, he also faced criticism from the left. Some have pointed out that his rhetoric on the police and on Palestine has softened, while others retort that his policies remain steady. I still believe in Mamdani, and I appreciate his critics. Our role in the movement is not to elect progressives and then step back. There are no prophets and no heroes, not even our fresh-faced Mamdani. Remember, it's not one person. It's all of us. One person cannot be the change that we need. It is a collective, organized movement based in solidarity, and Zoran cannot do it alone. There are no, case in point, him winning the mayoral election. He could never have done that alone, not without the coalition, the working class coalition that formed around him, the people who knocked thousands of doors, who called thousands of phones. All of the volunteers that were by far and away so much more numerous than Cuomo had, who had to fork over money for the people. For the people who were working for him, who were like, many of whom were like, yeah, I really like Zoran, but, I could use the cash. Our movements will keep having to fight across all fronts through ballots and community meetings and protests. New Yorkers will only win free buses, affordable housing, and cheaper groceries the campaign promises Mamdani ran on if they keep the movement that elected him alive, if they keep him accountable to the masses. The people will have to serve as guardrails for their candidate, pulling him back as he faces inevitable courtship from Capitol and the right. Here in my second city, Chicago, I spent a recent weekend distributing signs for local businesses to bar ICE from entering after Mayor Brandon Johnson, a former organizer with the Chicago Teachers Union, issued a citywide executive order banning them from city property. Since Johnson's election, we have learned how difficult it is for a movement elected to fight a layered city machine built to protect the interests of power. Speech starting soon. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll come back. Why is this so blurry?
He has not yet approached the podium, but he ran on a campaign of affordability.
Okay.
Things like
There was
bus fare,
who is speaking?
government-run supermarkets, subsidized.
Stop it!
So first, let's hear a round of applause for our day one endorsers, those who helped build this movement into what it's become. New York City DSA.
Joel, thank you for the 19 months. Noble Bragg, thank you for 32. Good night, Matt.
Cab Voice. Drum Beats. New York Communities for Change. And Jewish Voice for Peace Action.
We did it, Joe.
And please give it up for our friends at the New York Working Families Party who have been such a leader in our long fight for an affordable, livable city.
We did it, Zoe. We did it, Zoe.
Do we have labor in the House?
We did it, Zoe.
Throughout this campaign, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our brothers and sisters in organized labor at 1 a.m. in Queens, at 4 p.m. in Manhattan, at 6 a.m. in Brooklyn, at every time of day and night in every corner of the city, and we are so grateful for your partnership. And we are so proud to be backed by dozens of elected leaders, from the local to the state to the federal level. And we know that the relationships that we have built will only deepen from City Hall as we work together to transform New York into a city where every person can live a dignified life.
The camera!
I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff.
Somebody had a bump of cocaine.
You have sacrificed your social lives and your sleep schedules, and you have given so much to this movement. And then when Cuomo decided to get back into the race, you dug deep and gave more. I have been so honored to work with you, learn from you, and support you as you have faced unprecedented scrutiny and at times ugliness and threats from our opponents. You have built a historic campaign, so please give them all a round of applause. And please join me in celebrating the person who has been Zohran's right hand from day one, whose deep commitment to our movement and care for our people has infused every part of this campaign from top to bottom, and without whom we would not be here tonight, Elle Biscard Church.
Let's go!
Now, we have all been inspired by Zohran as a candidate, but I also want to speak to his strength as a person. He has led our team and this movement with grace, curiosity, good humor, and thoughtfulness. And this race has been difficult. He has been the subject of attacks and threats, but he has truly risen above it all to give us hope. So please join me in giving Zohran, our friend, a round of applause. And there are too many supporters to name, so I want to speak to everyone directly. Please raise your hand if you have given to this campaign, whether that is time, labor, knocking a door, hosting an event, creating art. And if you are one of the this is beautiful. And if you are one of the tens of thousands of people who contributed but cannot be with us tonight, this is for you as well.
She's talking about y'all. Who liked tweets?
You set unreachable goals and then exceeded them.
Who shared
You believed in
memes?
this city and believed in each other. And
This
you
is for
achieved
you.
something that people will speak of for decades to come. You led with kindness and compassion, And most importantly, during a time of despair and rising fascism, you decided to fight for someone that you don't know. So thank you. Friends, the scope of this campaign was truly unprecedented. We had hundreds of thousands of conversations with our neighbors and trained leaders who will help us deliver our agenda for the next 4 years. But this record-breaking program did not come out of nowhere. It was the product of years of organizing and leadership development by New York City DSA and so many of our movement partners.
Posted the shirtless Zoran gif.
And we were so fortunate to be led on this campaign by someone who has been a part of this work from the beginning. She led Julia Salazar's groundbreaking campaign in 2018.
Joel, thank you. Hogan, thank you.
And since then has been behind the scenes in so many of our victories. If this campaign made you feel powerful, or taught you something, or showed you discipline, or brought you joy, you have this person to thank.
What an amazing first campaign for a lot of people.
Wise and deeply committed to our movement. And I am sure she is backstage losing her mind at being called out like this. But I need everyone here to please join me in giving her the longest and loudest round of applause, our organizing director, Tasha.
We are all New Yorkers tonight. We are New York City.
Thank you. This is very exciting. Thank you, everyone. I'm Tasha, and I've had the honor of being the field director on this campaign. I first crossed paths with Zoran in 2017 on a city council campaign for Khader El-Yateem in Bay Ridge.
Wait, but I thought he was unemployed. I thought he just came out of nowhere.
Zoran was the paid canvas
Spawned in
manager,
like an NPC.
And I was volunteering on the campaign as a member of New York City Democratic Socialists of America.
An industry plant.
I don't think that we could ever have imagined that 8 years later, we would be here on election night for a mayoral
Nepo
campaign,
baby industry plant.
104,000 volunteers strong.
God.
104,000 volunteers.
That's incredible.
We love numbers. We love metrics. But I want to talk first about what's behind those numbers. Every number is, in a way, an act of bravery. Door knocking is not the easiest thing.
No, it is hard. It is scary.
For many, including myself, it takes a moment of bravery at the beginning. Asking a stranger something about their lives and sharing something about yours. Sharing what you want to see in the world, it can be daunting. Thousands of people did it. And every time every volunteer went to a door and talked to a stranger.
Bethany,
they
what
offered
the
their
fuck?
vision to that stranger and invited that stranger to be a part of shaping their vision. We love strangers. Every door knock and every phone call is a statement of belief that politics is for all of us.
Now I know when people are like, the difference
This
between Will and
campaign
Caroline
this city
streams.
is all of ours to shape. I also want to say something about field leads. All of our canvases, for those who don't know, all of our canvases have been led by volunteers.
Prop 50 pass?
We
Yes.
call field leads. Many of them are here. Most led a shift every week, and some led a shift every week since December. And every time they led a canvas, And they were the ones
Reverend I, thank you for the prime.
new volunteers into our movement. They were the ones who helped inspire folks coming out to Canvas for the first time. Without those 700 people who chose to step into leadership in an uncertain moment and try something new and scary, this field operation at this scale would not have happened.
Especially these days, like
Those
door
700
knocking.
people prove that leadership
It feels like
isn't about having
more
all the
intimidating than
answers.
ever.
It's about the willingness to step into the unknown
So
and
good on
inspire
everyone.
others to imagine something better.
Good on everyone who played a part.
So here are the numbers. Over 104,000 volunteers made over 4.4 million calls.
God.
At around noon today, a volunteer knocked our 3 millionth door.
Oh my God.
Over 700 field leads have led over 5,700 canvases in 243 neighborhoods. 6,568 voters signed up to volunteer on the spot when they were canvassed by somebody. 8,389 voters signed up to volunteer when they were asked by a phone banker. These are unprecedented numbers. The bravery that you all have shown, that this field operation carried across all 5 boroughs, is going to transform our city. What all 100,400 of us have accomplished has rewritten the possibilities of mass democratic action. And it doesn't stop tonight. We all know that we won't stop at electing Zoran. We will continue to fight to bring the affordable of New York City to life.
Yes.
I am so excited to do that with all of you.
4.4 million calls,
And now
y'all.
I'm so honored to introduce the person you've been waiting to hear.
Woo!
We've worked for many years to bring about change in New York City
Let's
that it so
go!
urgently needs. He's been a friend, and he is the next mayor of the greatest city on earth, Zoran Mamdani.
That's my mayor, dog. We all live in New York City tonight, in bed, Stewie. Damn, he fucking did it. We did it. We did it, Zoe. We did it, Zoe.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
Makes me want to do a
For
little
as long
jig.
as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, We have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Yeah, fuck you, Cuomo! Lost twice, bitch! Lost twice!
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name.
Yeah! Bye, bitch.
As we turn
Be
the
gone.
page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics.
Yep.
A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
A Mom Donnie date of heaven.
Because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership.
Yes.
We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
Let's go!
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas.
Abuelas!
Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses. Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties.
Yeah!
Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point.
Are they really your aunties, though?
Know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours, too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Brother Mamdani. Oh, Chuck Schumer shot caller. Oh, boy.
Is for all of them. And it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again.
God, he's so good. He's so good.
With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics.
People said fuck no to the status quo.
Now I know that I have asked for much
No
from
quo?
you
Yes,
over
so.
this last year.
Slattern, thank you so much.
Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in.
Breathe it in with the sexy
We have held our
the
breath
sexy
for longer
sex.
than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now.
So I want you to know my mom is very much enjoying your commentary.
To my parents.
Shout out, Mom. Shout out.
Mama and Baba.
Oh, shout out, moms. Shout out, dads.
You have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama.
His aloof wife.
Hayati. There is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better
We love
for you
this
than
life
it was
guy.
the day before.
Soul Boot, thank you. Thank you for 5.
There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn.
Yeah.
New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive.
Real hope and change. Come on, baby.
Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad.
Yeah. Despite the...
More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy.
Girl who is going to be okay for the time being.
And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together.
We the people,
Hope
y'all.
over
We
tyranny.
the people.
Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible.
Beep boop, thank you.
And we won
85.
because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do.
God, this is a good speech. This is a good speech. Inject this straight into my
Standing
veins.
before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom.
He's good.
This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No more of this. We can't do any of that.
Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorillo LaGuardia.
I legit thought your soundboard song was part of his speech. I was like, okay, Zoran, nothing like a sexy
that will freeze
sax.
the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on.
Okay.
Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love.
Zornite rising.
Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community.
Kara, thank you. Kress, thank you.
One
Neely,
of the
thank
many
you.
black women that Donald
TK,
Trump has
thank
fired
you.
from a federal job. A single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down. Or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
Let's fucking go, inshallah. Wow.
This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have
put
too
these
long
racists
been
on
placed at
blast.
odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can
Larry,
help them.
thank you for the 5.
But on
Gotham,
January
thank you.
1st, we will usher in a
Go
city
walk or
government
go broke,
that helps
Islamophobes.
everyone.
Yes. No more normalization of Islamophobia,
Now, I know
acceptance
that
of
many have heard our
transphobia.
message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They
Woke
want
is
the
back,
people
baby.
to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system.
Speak on
We
it,
refuse
King.
to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us.
Speak on it.
Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it. We can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
No, that's bars.
And if there is any way to terrify a despot,
died for
it
this.
is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power.
Yes!
This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you.
Cooking up on Truth Social.
Turn the volume up.
Fucking tell him, eat shit, bitch. 3 words, eat shit, bitch.
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks.
Don't mess with the Zoran.
We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants.
Yes!
And as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Yes, sir!
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme and let us build a shining city for all.
Woo! Woo!
And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
Yes!
And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind.
Yes.
We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great.
Leave all these corporate centrist establishment
Our
Dems
greatness
in
will
the
be
dust.
anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month. Knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for.
Grandparents.
And whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island.
No.
It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal.
No more
Most
no more
of all,
sex pass.
It will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back.
My hands are raw.
New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and...
Free!
Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together,
and go
become
Jets.
the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours.
Let's not go to the Jets. Are
This
going to win the
city
Super Bowl.
belongs to you. Thank you.
Wow. First lady in New York, baby. Baby. Salute, thank you for the 5. Everybody do the light bulb. The light bulb screw. Screwing in the light bulb. History, baby. Speed Racer, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Wow. Amazing. This is from a Bollywood movie called Doom. Yo, this man playing a Bollywood song to conclude an incredible speech. Truly, truly an incredible speech. Lazla Labim, thank you for the bits. Gary, thank you for the resub. Orsaki, thank you for the prime. Crosswalks, thank you for the resub. Lil Biscuits, thank you for the prime. Spit Madfire, thank you for the 2 months. James, thank you for the 22 months. Atlantic Tuna, thank you for the resub. Anon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wow, y'all. Wow. I feel, you know what? You know what? You know what? We celebrate. We celebrate tonight, okay? That was, and the thing is, too, I think people aren't used to hearing real impassioned, eloquent, fiery speeches like that. You know, by somebody who's in his 30s, who looks like Mamdani looks. He's amazing. I mean, he's so good. He's so good. Mako Muff, thank you for 27 months. You Dinko, thank you for the 8 months. Charisma off the charts. Whew. Sai Durshi, thank you for the prime. You know what? He's better than Obama because he's just better than Obama. But for those of you who weren't there in like 2008, I think it's the type of excitement that people felt. But it's a different time now, and Zoran is completely different from Obama. But that was like, when people heard Obama speak in the Hope Corps, and it was just this energy and this excitement, and then of course Obama turned out to be a fucking disappointment, just another corporate dem. So, okay, with everything, with all the excitement, obviously, as I've said, one person cannot be the change and the progress that we so desperately need. This is about collective action. This is about continuing the momentum, taking this energy and this excitement and this passion and this victory right now and continuing forward. And what this shows is that Zoran should be the bottom, the bare minimum, where we have candidates who are pro-Palestine, who are going to fight against ICE, who are here to protect immigrants, who are genuinely in office to serve the working class, that they are not bought and sold by corporations, by billionaires. This being a blueprint, yes, and it inspiring a wave of progress across the country who are genuinely going to fight fascism, not with a let's go back to how things were before Donald Trump was president. Not here's the status quo. Not at least we're not the orange clown, but genuinely a path forward for people. It can't just be a flip-flopping back and forth between some shit-fuck Republican and then some shit-fuck Democrat whose whole message is, well, we just need to get the Republicans out of power. No, it's not enough. No go back, truly. And I wanted to read the end of this piece because I think this is really how I feel. We have faced the onslaught of state violence from Trump and ICE. We have also seen that we are safer with progressives at the helm. To meet the moment, we have needed our rapid response teams and our mutual aid networks, but our progressive mayor and alder people have been a crucial backbone as we defend our city. Electoral politics cannot be the sum of our aspirations, nor can they deliver much on their own. But they do shape the terrain on which we wage struggle, especially as fascism continues to ascend. And there's a lot of people, too, who got involved for the first time on a campaign because they were so inspired by Zoran, who have maybe joined organizations, who have, who are looking past just electoral politics. And others who haven't voted in a long time because they have felt like, what's the point? It doesn't matter. So, no, electoral politics is not the end-all be-all. It is not the answer for everything, but it does play a role in having an ability to inspire people and to help them not feel disillusioned and to feel like they're being represented, that there are candidates to actually represent their interests. I hope Mamdani's win today signals more than the ascendance of this nation's first Muslim socialist mayor, one of many, inshallah. I hope it signals the end of an approach to politics that awaits pure candidates, pours all its energy into them before the election, abandons them once they're in office, and then condemns them when they disappoint. I hope Mamdani's victory signals our commitment to stay in struggle, our acknowledgement that there is more work to be done than can be accomplished with one election. I hope we continue to organize our friends and neighbors to work with movement candidates, both supporting and criticizing them as necessary. I hope that tonight we celebrate and tomorrow we get back to work. So I'm not here for the like doom and gloomers who are trying to take this moment, right? Who are just you know those people. You know those people on Twitter who are like, wow, I can't wait for Zoran to win so that he proves that I'm correct in placing nothing in no importance in electoral politics and fuck all you for being inspired and excited. No, I don't ascribe to that type of kind of holier than thou people who really aren't doing anything other than just complaining on the internet. What a time, y'all. What a time.
If you were on Capitol Hill last week going to some of these GOP press conferences, you would think Mamdani was a member of Congress or the Senate GOP or the Senate leader, the House leader, because they mentioned him.
Beth, thank you for the 38 months. Okay, I have to pee
We were
so
joking if
badly.
we made a drinking
And
game
Dick
out of it,
Cheney
you have
is
to
dead.
applaud
Fuck
the
you, Dick
Capitol.
Cheney.
But I do have some questions about whether this is actually a good strategy. They've tried to use this with AOC before. They've tried to use it with Nancy Pelosi.
Why do you think it couldn't be? It may not be.
I think for Democrats, they are looking at this and thinking, we have something we can latch onto here. He energized a base of the party that was sleepy, that was not turning out. I mean, just those numbers, the young voters
Over
is
60%.
remarkable.
That's insane. Yeah.
Remarkable. And there was one through line between all the candidates we saw tonight, between Mamdani, Spamberger, Cheryl, and that's affordability. They're all talking about that one issue that matters so much to voters right now. So if Democrats can latch onto that, I think they can buoy some of the attacks that Republicans are going to lob about them being too far left or being extremist. Republicans are still going to try anyway.
So many Democrats in Congress weren't really sure what to do with him up until recently.
Oh, yeah,
right?
including Chuck Schumer.
Chuck Schumer wouldn't even say
to the very end. Chuck Schumer hasn't
wouldn't say who he voted for. Hakeem Jeffries said today he's going to win, and he eventually came around to him.
Yeah,
but it wasn't like a warm embrace all along for months. It feels like Democrats weren't sure how it was
Pelosi
gonna
is
turn out, and now
Pelosi is
seeing how
not
it's
running
gonna
for
turn out,
re-election.
maybe
Correct.
Now we'll get the warm
Pelosi
embrace.
is not running for re-election.
Or Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, right? And the moderate Democrats are worried that their party is going to get pulled
More
hard to
good
the left
news.
by Zoran Mamdani. I thought what was interesting in this.
J.D. Vance's half-brother suffers humiliating loss in mayoral race. The voters of Cincinnati roundly rejected Corey Bowman in favor of his Democratic opponent. Wah, wah, wah. J.D. Vance's half-brother handily defeated. He got a meager 14,000 votes, totaling just 22%. This race was called early in the night after an initial vote tally found that Purvel had won 12,000 votes compared to Bowman's 2,835. Vance previously endorsed his half-brother's campaign ahead of the mayoral primary in May, with just hours left before the polls closed. Hours left before the polls closed. J.D. Vance like, oh yeah, okay, sure. Okay, sure. He's a good guy with a heart for serving his community. Get out there and vote for him. He's too busy eyeing up Erica Kirk and how he can utilize her for his own presidential run. The vice president made no effort to plug his siblings' campaign this time around, but posted and said in support of New Jersey gubernatorial candidate Jack Ciattarelli, the pedo defender, who also lost. He got cooked. I love Toyotas. Thank you for the 4 months. I just can't get over. I truly can't get over Dick Cheney dying on the same day that the first Muslim is elected mayor in New York City. Like you can't write that. It was a good omen. I have to tell y'all. So last night I was trying to go to bed. It's so great. I know. I was laying there. I was trying to sleep. Wait, I'm sorry. What is happening? What is going on? Fuck you, Curtis Sliwa. I hate you. Your dumb wife, that stupid beret of yours, and all your fucking cats. Connor eats pants. Goes, this isn't you. Answer the phone. This crossover, y'all. The politics and Twitch crossovers that have been happening. I cannot believe this timeline exists. This Yo, Fortnite Friday for Streamer Awards. I know I said I wasn't doing Streamer Awards nominations on stream because I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but you gotta throw Fortnite Friday in there. Connor Eats Pants, Fortnite Friday. Oh my God, he needs to get Sliwa. Oh my God, he needs to get Sliwa on Fortnite Friday. A message to Curtis Sliwa from the Cuomo party. Wait a sec. I cannot tell what is like. Okay, wait.
Every single day. You fucking sold out like Curtis?
I'll send it to him because he yelled at me today.
Good. Hey, Curtis, you're a fucking scumbag like I said all along, all these months. You fucking got 8% of the vote.
Hey, yo, Curtis, you ain't gonna take that shit lying down.
Split the fucking vote for the $7 million. You were a scumbag. I hope every New Yorker spits in your fucking face every single day. You fucking sold out like fucking Judas sold out fucking Jesus for the 30 fucking coins of silver.
Yo, this is scene straight out of Sopranos.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh my God. Curtis, you a fucking disgrace. The girls are fighting. Oh shit. Oh shit. Saying that he sold out? Oh hell no. Curtis cannot take that. This is the George Santos. The George Santos crash out tweet on Curtis Sliwa. Please. I need a Sliwa response. We need to get Sliwa onto Fortnite Friday, and Connor Eats Pants needs to address all of this. Also, he literally didn't sell out by not taking the money to bow out. Yeah, they're like, why didn't you sell out? Why didn't you take the money? Girl, what'd he do? What did the cats do? Wait, why are the cats catching strays? Hold on a second. Leave the pussies out of it, George. Yeah, this is where I draw the line. Connor's response is killing me. This isn't you. Answer the phone. Oh God. Maybe keep refreshing his page. He posted again less than a minute ago. He's just such an attention. He's such an attention whore. He just needs, now that he's been pardoned, he needs attention. He's like, I'm back. I'm so back. He's probably going to announce that he's running for mayor or something like that. To all the people that said Cuomo would never win Staten Island, who said that? Who are you talking to? He did. So that's proof that the MAGA part of NYC voted for him. Bitch, he lost twice. He still lost twice. The second comment. Bill Ackman bending the knee on Twitter. We're going to see more of this, y'all. We are going to see more of Democrats, people who have been staunch opponents of Zoran, trying to play nice now. They ain't on the team. Did you see this? I know he was trying not to smile. Oh my God.
When did that happen? Just earlier this morning.
Zoran finding out that Dick Cheney died.
When did that happen? Just earlier this morning.
Look at his wife. His wife goes, oh. Anyways. Okay, that's so crazy. Wow, that's so crazy. Dude, it's, oh God, it's just so perfecto. Anyways, don't forget to vote. Curtis Sliwa in his concession address
If you try to implement socialism,
If you try to render our police
Let him
weak
know.
and impotent,
You tell him.
if you forsake the people's public safety,
I'm coming for you.
we're not only organizing, but we are mobilizing.
Oh, shit.
And
Organizing
we will
and
become
mobilizing.
The mayor-elect and his supporters' worst enemies, worst nightmare.
Oh, shit.
Let me warn.
Who is rubbing his shoulder? Prop 50 passing. I mean, y'all, we've had some big wins tonight. You see the NYP wrote something about how, oh yeah, no, that's what I've been referencing over and over again. In case y'all didn't know. In case y'all didn't know why I keep calling his wife his aloof wife, it's because of this absurd New York Post piece. How Zohran Mamdani's aloof wife, Rama Dawaji, quietly steered his campaign from behind the scenes. Man, to be somebody's beautiful aloof wife. Oh, keep going. Keep posting through it. Keep posting through the pain. Also, this is woke. This is woke, giving credit to his wife for a historic campaign. Will is my beautiful aloof wife. Yeah. Speaking of wives, I don't know if you meant to link something specific. No, I'm seriously, this goes unintentionally. This goes so hard. I know the New York Post did not mean for it to go this hard, but I need a printout of this. On your marks, get set, so. Unreal. Need it now. MAGAs are so racist, they made up a lie to scare Americans about Obama being a socialist and secret Muslim born in Kenya. And Karma responded by electing a Ugandan-born Muslim and proud democratic socialist to mayor of New York City. Yeah, this is their worst nightmare about Obama back in the day when they were saying all this shit about him. I mean, they still say this shit about him, but actually come true. Ready, set, zo. Ready, set, zo. Colorado increases taxes on rich people. Colorado voters approve income tax increase on higher earning households to fund meals for all public school students. Oh, you mean that these progressive policies are popular? You mean that people, the majority of people in this country, believe in taxing the wealthy and making them pay their fair share? You mean it's incredibly popular? Policies that take care of the poor and the working class? An actual populism? Did you see Trump's and so it begins? Oh, hell yeah. and so it begins. And so it begins. Welcome to the USSR. Well, at least they're not doing like welcome to China. Now we are China. At least they're not posting like pictures of China and being like, I guess we're just China now. I guess. Also, I was never, ever going to go to New York this week because we are going to China on Saturday and we have a lot to do. A lot to do to get ready for our trip where we are there. Actually, I'm not even going to make a joke. Not even going to make a joke. You know what? Yeah. Imagine all the billionaires moving to like middle of Kansas to avoid taxes from blue cities. They're not going to move. They're not going to move because it's New York City. There's a reason that people from all over the world come to New York City. They are not moving. They're just crying, lying bitches. Aside from Farrand and you, is anyone else going? I think, yes, Stella Chu. If you know Stella Chu, amazing cosplayer. She is now going to be going. Very exciting.
Will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great?
Yes, all right.
Our greatness.
I love you.
No longer.
Somebody just went through puberty. Very exciting. Very exciting. Just went through puberty. Did Prop 50 pass? Yes, Prop 50 passed. Yes. Yes, huge W. Apparently, they called it like immediately in California. After, I like that they're just openly threatening to abuse their power. After the polls close tomorrow night, I will impose a 100% tariff on anyone moving to Texas from NYC. Girl, they'd be moving back. Yeah, they'd be Texas transplants. They would have moved from Texas to go to New York City. Also, this is not how this works. Also, okay, so what is this? All these billionaires and rich people who are claiming. Wait, so is he saying to the crying billionaires who are like, I'm going to leave New York City? Is Greg Abbott saying, no, you're not? Hold on a second. Are we taxing the rich? Is he saying tax the rich? Wait a sec. Hold on a second. Greg Abbott saying tax the rich. The tides are turning, y'all. I told you, woke is back, baby. Woke is back. Yeah, maybe Cuomo would have gotten more votes if he also wore a beret. Someone said this looks like if New York City mayoral candidates were Mario Brothers. God, if I'm Zoran, I am sitting down in a chair, heaving the biggest sigh and going, I cannot believe I had to deal with those fucking bozos for all of these months. I cannot believe I had to beat Andrew Cuomo twice. This is that he had to just be there with a smile on his face and put up with all this bullshit. I hope he gets at least 8 hours of sleep tonight. Lord grant Zoran a good night's sleep, because the bullshit that this man has had to put up with in becoming the next mayor of New York City, it is not for the faint of heart. Did you see the? Yes, I did. I mean, I can't state enough that this is a direct reflection of how piss poor these Republican policies are. You can't be screwing over millions of people in this country. But now the quest forward is not to then flip-flop back to corporate Democrats who really share the same interests ultimately as these Republicans. I mean, we can't be doing this like Joe Biden 2020 all over again, failing people, offering them up a Kamala Harris, and then they go back into the arms of a Donald Trump. Anyway, what I was saying, you just created a million Andrew Cuomos. You just created a million Andrew Cuomos. You didn't even know what you just did. Did you see what Harris said about Cheney's death? Yes, I did. Let's talk about Dick Cheney. Let's talk about that crusty ass motherfucker who is 6 feet under now, and yet he lived a full life. He was surrounded by his loved ones. He lived a life of luxury. He was never held accountable, never had to pay for his crimes. One of the worst war criminals of the 21st century. Rest in piss. I cannot say enough. Rest in piss. But of course, Kamala Harris, Joe Brandon, all of them mourning, all of these empty ass platitudes. And this morning, or last night, as I was saying, I was going to sleep. I was laying there going to sleep, and I hear a ping on my phone, and I turn over, and it's a notification that Dick Cheney had died, and I just go, Will, and he was asleep, and it woke him up. And he goes, what? I'm like, fucking Dick Cheney is dead, and he just goes, nice, and then goes back to sleep. And I was up for the next hour, of course. Up for the next hour. But yeah, that was how I learned of the news that Dick Cheney had finally died. Here's Kamala Harris's post on him. I'm saddened to learn of the passing of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Yeah, you wonder why she lost. You wonder why she lost when Kamala Harris's campaign, the Democrats made the calculation that bringing out the Cheneys, who are deeply unpopular. Mind you, when Dick Cheney left office, he had a 13% approval rating. Okay, Liz Cheney, super unpopular. Touted them around, took them to Michigan, to heavily Arab American communities, and to be like, this is a Big Ten and the Cheneys are in it. Vice President Cheney was a devoted public servant from the halls of Congress to many positions of leadership in multiple presidential administrations. His passing marks the loss of a figure who, with a strong sense of dedication, gave so much of his life to the country he loved. Fuck off. This is straight up historical revisionism. This is leaving out the major part of Dick Cheney's legacy, which is that he was personally responsible for millions dead, millions displaced, many people in the regions that the United States destabilized, invaded, who are still suffering from the crises that exist today. Children who are born with acute malnutrition, born with the diseases from the bombs, from the tens of thousands of bombs that destroyed the soil and the environment, fucked over so many people. Like it's innumerable. It's innumerable. And she doesn't even bother to say she disagreed with him because she doesn't. Because at the end of the day, warmongering is bipartisan. Having a war hawk attitude on foreign affairs is bipartisan. The Iraq War was supported by both Republicans and Democrats. Doug and I are keeping Lynn, their daughters Liz and Mary, and the entire Cheney family in our thoughts during this difficult time. Yeah, remember when the Cheneys threw under the bus? Is it Mary who's gay? Mary Cheney. They threw Mary Cheney under the bus in order to help Liz Cheney's political career. And then later we're like, oops. I know us on the left have been pretty mixed on him, but Plattner had a good post on this.
When a former vice president passes, we all take some time to mourn. As a veteran of the Iraq War, I'm going to say, no, not this time. Over the next couple of days, I'm sure there are going to be thousands of think pieces written about his legacy. But the only legacy that we have to remember is...
Yeah, I mean, it's still... That's correct. right? That is a correct response. Hard to kind of square that with his own resume.
He wasted thousands of young
But
American
this
lives,
is
hundreds of
correct.
thousands of Iraqi lives, and trillions of dollars for absolutely nothing. If we take anything away from this, it should be that we need to build a politics that keeps the politicians like Susan Collins, who support illegal foreign wars like the one in Iraq,
Corpse grinder, thank you for the 2 months.
and get them out of office.
Yeah, truly, fuck Dick Cheney. Here's Dick Cheney. Remember
The Situation Room with
Remember, Dick Cheney never regretted. Said he would do it again. He said years after they invaded Iraq, started wars in Afghanistan, destabilized numerous other regions, that no regrets, baby. He would do it again. He would do it again in a heartbeat.
Wolf Blitzer, weekday afternoons at 5 Eastern on CNN.
I'm concerned that when all the dust settles in Iraq and the U.S. troops pull out, supposedly by the end of this year, although there may be a residual number of some troops left, they're negotiating that. When all the dust settles, the Shiite-led regime in Iraq of Nouri al-Maliki is going to be a partner of Iran.
This is the man who said Iraqis will greet us as liberators. That is the imperialist mentality. The idea that we will go over and spread democracy and in the process kill hundreds of thousands, millions, but they will greet us as liberators.
And Syria, for that matter. In recent days, Nouri al-Maliki's government has supported Bashar al-Assad in his crackdown on peaceful protesters in Syria, together with the Iranians, one of the few countries to do that. Is that why the U.S. went to war, so that Iraq would become a strategic partner of Bashar al-Assad and Mahmoud Ahmadinejad?
First, you're constructing a worst-case scenario there, Wolf. I don't think it's going to happen that
You
way.
think there's going to be a democracy, a pro-American government in Iraq?
I think the Iraqis will, in fact, be somebody we can work with on a regular basis, that they will have a rudimentary democracy, if you will, and I think it'll be a success.
So
But
when
we'll
they
have to
support
see.
Bashar al-Assad, what goes through your mind?
Well, I think Bashar Assad's not long for this world either. Looks to me like he's on his way out because of the unrest that's been occasioned by his own people inside Syria. He's one of the least popular leaders in that part of the world. It's the Middle East, and stuff happens in the Middle East. You know it. You've covered it for years. But you cannot.
Stuff
I don't think you
happens.
can make a case that the world would be better off today if Saddam Hussein were still in power.
So no regrets about Iraq?
I think we made exactly the right decisions.
I think we made exactly the right decisions. This motherfucker who it can't be stated enough. He was one of the primary architects of the Iraq War. Lied about the weapons of mass destruction. Strong-armed Colin Powell. Puppeteered George Bush. Not to allow George Bush to escape culpability, but everybody knows Dick Cheney was in charge. It's why he's considered the most powerful vice president of all time, and also just really the most powerful politician because of what he accomplished, because of how he moved in the shadows and ultimately constructed all of the destruction, the destabilization, the changes in both domestic and foreign policy that still exist today. The legacy of Dick Cheney, which carries all the way up through to today, and how he set the course for Donald Trump to come in and do everything to expand his presidential powers. Like, that was Dick Cheney's goal. He did not like that the office of the president had to answer to Congress, that the president was kept in check by their executive powers were kept in check. So he sought to expand that. And we are seeing that today in how Donald Trump has been operating and has been abusing his presidential power.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
Also, I have a couple clips from Vice that we can watch.
With Juan Gonzalez. Former Vice President Dick Cheney has died at the age of 84. He was a key architect of the U.S. invasion of Iraq and the so-called U.S. war on terror after 9/11. Cheney was a leading defender of the U.S. torture program and expanding the power of the presidency.
Yes, and that's the thing, too, is that Cheney wasn't just responsible for the plans and the implementation of said plans around Iraq and Afghanistan. He did so with a real cruelty. Like, this man loved torture. This man loved to go about to go about things in the most cruel ways possible. Complete sadist, like a political sociopath.
Presidency. Just days after the 9/11 attacks, Cheney appeared on Meet the Press and said the U.S. would have to work on what he called the dark side.
We also have to work, though, sort of the dark side, if you will. We've got to spend time in the shadows and in the intelligence world. A lot of what needs to be done here will have to be done quietly, without any discussion, using sources and methods that are available to our intelligence agencies if we're going to be successful.
Vice President Cheney would go on to push for the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003 under the false pretext of preventing Saddam Hussein from developing weapons of mass destruction.
In the case of Iraq, we have a regime that is busy enhancing its capabilities in the field of chemical and biological agents and is, by all available evidence, speeding up its nuclear weapons program.
And here's the thing, okay? These war criminals they do not face justice when they are alive. If there was justice in this world, this man would have been tried and found guilty at The Hague, okay? He never would have had a free moment for what he did. So it's up to us to ensure that their legacies are not whitewashed, that there is not the historical revisionism that we see concerning all of these war criminals, these political sociopathic monsters. And that's what we can do because accountability otherwise is nowhere to be found. So ensuring that younger people, younger generations know exactly who this man was and what he did, and that really all people do not allow time to erase the memory of the crimes that were committed.
Over the years, Dick Cheney repeatedly defended the U.S. invasion, which led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands and destabilized the Middle East.
Did in Iraq was exactly the right thing to do. If I had it to recommend all over again, I would recommend exactly the same course of action.
Cheney was widely accused of pushing for the U.S. invasion of Iraq to benefit his former company, Halliburton, the world's second largest oil services company. In 2007, the former Federal Reserve Chair, Alan Greenspan, said, quote, "I'm saddened that it's politically inconvenient to acknowledge what everyone knows. The Iraq War is largely about oil," unquote. Dick Cheney also played a key role in developing the U.S. torture program and global secret detention program. In an interview in 2008, ABC's Jonathan Karl questioned Cheney about the treatment of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was held in a secret CIA prison where he was waterboarded over 100 times.
Did you authorize the tactics that were used against Khalid Sheikh Mohammed?
I was aware of the program, certainly, and involved in helping get the process cleared. That is, the agency, in effect, came in and wanted to know what they could and couldn't do. And they talked to me as well as others to explain what they wanted to do, and I supported it. There was a period of time there 3 or 4 years ago when about half of everything we knew about al-Qaeda came from that one source. So it's been a remarkably successful effort. I think the results speak for themselves.
In hindsight, do you think any of those tactics that were used against Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and others went too far?
I don't.
And on
course
KSM,
not.
one of those tactics...
No, he didn't think that things went far enough.
That's why they reported it was waterboarding, and that seems to be a tactic we no longer use. Even that, you think, was appropriate?
I do.
Dick Cheney first came into the spotlight in the 70s when he served as President Ford's chief of staff. He went on to serve in Congress, where he famously voted against a resolution calling for the release of Nelson Mandela in South Africa, then served as defense secretary for George H.W. Bush and oversaw the first Gulf War and the U.S. invasion of Panama. Later in life, Cheney became a vocal critic of Donald Trump, especially as Trump intensified his criticism of his daughter, Liz Cheney, who served as Republican Congresswoman. Dick Cheney said, quote, "In our nation's 248-year history, there's..."
What up, y'all? What up? Canadians are sorry. Thank you for the 16 months. I know it's been a very exciting night. We've been covering it for the past couple of hours. Tonight is a W. I have just taken a little detour because we must talk about one of the other things that happened today, which is that Dick Cheney finally fucking died. However, he leaves behind a legacy that will outlive him, far outlive him. And we must not allow the historical amnesia around war criminals to continue. Rest in piss. Rest in piss. Good riddance. However, he did live a long life. He got a heart transplant, didn't deserve it, and died surrounded by his loved ones. But he died on the same day that we're all included in this, that we elected the first Muslim socialist mayor of New York City. 1337, thank you for the gifted. Jenna, thank you for the 5 months. Kizdor, thank you for the 25 months. Cup of Pasta, thank you for 11 months. Ecad Bun, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Who voted illegally? Who voted at least 50 times? Did he shoot someone? Yes. Yes, Dick Cheney also famously shot Harry Whittington in the face when they were hunting. Shot him in the face. Canadian here, I voted 60 times. Hell yes. That's how we do it. That's how we win. He also made that guy apologize for getting shot. There are many things aside from Dick Cheney's Dick Cheney, being an architect of both the Gulf Wars, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, his pushing Bush to engage in torturous activities, excesses. There are other things about Cheney that point to the fact that this man was truly sociopathic, that he was so evil. One of which is how he responded after having shot his friend in the face. Another is how he responded after receiving a heart transplant. Dick Cheney had, I think, 5 heart attacks. This man was always having heart attacks, somehow surviving. And ultimately, he got a heart transplant. And what he said about it is that he didn't care about who it was that donated his heart. That it doesn't matter because that's his heart. He viewed it as, this is my heart. I don't give a shit about the person whose heart this came from, who died and I have lived. Like, so fucked up. There's a scene in the film Vice where it covers this aspect of Cheney's life. He called it my new heart. Yeah. P-Boy Flacco, thank you for the tier 1. Toxic Bear, thank you for the 19 months. Celestial, thank you for the 16 months. The New York Times obit was such glaze. It's insane. It was disgusting. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Oh, God, I cannot stand this piece of shit. I cannot stand...
Sensitive, you must be new here. You must be new here, because baby, you ain't gonna like me. You ain't gonna like me at all.
But I want to talk about this dick. I want to highlight this dick. I want to put it in my mouth for a little bit. Because the privilege that comes with this dick, I mean, the flavor of the white dick. This dick got little to no scrutiny by the media for shooting a man in the face.
What, you know, I honestly, I don't even want to listen to Too Raw, Too Real. I can't. I cannot. I simply
Never
cannot.
been an individual who's a greater
thank you for
threat
the
to our
bits.
republic, unquote. He was talking about President Trump. We're joined now by John Nichols, executive editor of The Nation, author of many books, including The Rise and Rise of Richard B. Cheney, Unlocking the Mysteries of the Most Powerful Vice President in American History. John, we only have a few minutes here, but if you can talk about the significance of the man who...
Also, we have Dick Cheney to thank for the U.S. immigration and border control policies that we are dealing with today. We have him to thank for ICE. We have him to thank for the way that Donald Trump is over and over again trying to abuse his executive powers. That is a direct impact of Cheney's terrorism, warmongering. We have things like the Homeland Security Act, the Patriot Act, all of the domestic policies that greatly abused American citizens' rights post 9/11. Thank you, Dick Cheney.
Was considered the most powerful vice president in U.S. history.
Cheney saw a Muslim night. He knew Zoran's win was coming, and his heart just couldn't take it.
But there is no question. He was the most powerful vice president in American history. That is not a debatable point. He positioned himself to be George W. Bush's vice president. Bush was struggling as a relative newcomer to the national stage and not doing all that well. And he was looking for someone with a lot of experience in government to take that number 2 job. Cheney did this as a former White House staffer in the Nixon and Ford eras, as a longtime congressman, as a former Secretary of Defense, as someone who himself, he had tried to be a presidential candidate, but never gotten much traction. So Cheney wanted to be at the center of power. Bush accepted him and brought him in. Because of his immense experience, Cheney asserted himself in all sorts of ways, but especially on foreign policy. And in the aftermath of 9/11, there's...
Yeah, also, Dick Cheney helped steal a presidential election 20 years before Donald Trump and his supporters tried to. So much of what we have seen from Donald Trump is we have Dick Cheney to thank for.
Simply no question that Dick Cheney sought to put the United States in position to make huge moves in the Middle East, military moves, and ultimately to do an invasion and what became essentially an occupation of Iraq. That was done on the basis of claims that were unfounded and proved to be incredibly controversial, even at the time. It faced a great deal of protest. And I think this is the thing to understand. Dick Cheney, if you see him in the long arc of his career, is someone who really made the modern Republican Party what it is, a party that sought power at this intersection of economic power and political power, and sought to make moves that were often, that very beneficial to the people who had that power, but very destructive, very challenging to the trajectory of the world. I understand how at the end of his career, Dick Cheney was hypercritical of Donald Trump, that he saw in Donald Trump a leader who was acting in ways
but you know what it wasn't? It was not the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It was not that, which Kamala Harris and her campaign thought would be effective. And it works. It works for MAGA, for blue MAGA, who's like, ooh, any Republican who's anti-Trump is a friend of the Democratic Party. But a lot of other people that they bet would be, that the Cheneys being a part of Kamala Harris's campaign would appeal to. It did not. It did not appeal.
Were and moving in ways that were incredibly destructive and incredibly dangerous. But it is important to understand that before he came to that point, Dick Cheney was seen in much the same way. And it was because both as a public face of his party and the administration he was in, but also as a behind-the-scenes operator, he was someone who I think a great many Americans came to recognize as an individual who wanted to exercise power in ways that were clearly beneficial to his political circle, to his economic allies, but that really did put the United States in some.
It is also so rich. It's so rich that Dick Cheney kept claiming his main objection to Trump is that he tried to steal the election. So rich, considering that is something Dick Cheney actually successfully did. Donald Trump did not succeed in stealing the election. Try as he did, he and his supporters.
Terrible places, diplomatically and politically around the world. And last thing I would say is,
does anyone even like the
that,
Cheneys?
Dick
No.
Cheney was also someone who operated very aggressively as vice president and in other positions at the domestic level. And he was a very ardent advocate for massive tax cuts for the rich, et cetera. And so
is Cheney worse than Bush? Okay, so it's important to understand that Bush was essentially a puppet president. Now, he does not get to escape his culpability. He was still the president, but Cheney was the de facto president. He was the real power. He was the one who manufactured the war on terror. A lot of the lies around the justification provided for invading Iraq. He was a puppet, but a willing puppet. Yes, but it was clear that the person who was calling the shots, who was really driving the boat, was Dick Cheney. You're telling me that this guy wasn't the mastermind? Now
We
watch this
must
drive.
stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. All right. You need another.
Yeah. And as I said, it's not to allow, we're not gonna pretend like George Bush doesn't bear responsibility, but it was very clear that Cheney was the brains and the real power. George Bush was a dumbass Nepo baby who had no business being in politics, and he was driven around.
It is very hard.
But he's a war criminal as well. Absolutely. He's a war criminal as well. Still a war criminal.
You link Dick Cheney, a very fascinating, very complex man, from the evolution of the Republican Party that he ultimately came to criticize.
And John, I wanted to ask you specifically about the war in Iraq. Cheney, while he was part, along with Don Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz of the Project for the New American Century, was sought regime change for Iraq as early as 1998, years before they actually came up with this excuse for invading Iraq.
Well, remember that Dick Cheney had been Secretary of Defense under George H.W. Bush and had been an advocate for action against Iraq back in 1990, 1991. And so you can really trace with Cheney something, a focus on Iraq, some would say an obsession, that was very intense and that often put him at odds with people who said, look, the real problem is here. The real challenge is elsewhere. And one of the things about Dick Cheney was that when he became fixated on something, he didn't let go. And he was very willing to, keep pressing, even if his policies were exceptionally unpopular. And I think that ultimately the invasion of Iraq and what came after proved to be immensely unpopular. The American people recognized that this was something that was developed and organized in the White House, but not based on anywhere near the level of consultation or the level of international engagement and reflection that was needed. And so Cheney had a reputation as, this major player, particularly on the global stage. And yet, often, if you look back on it, there were moves that he made, steps that he organized, steps that he pushed for that proved to be disastrous and that proved to be wrong. And so, again, I think Cheney's an incredibly complex man. And I think he is fascinating. I think he definitely committed himself to a life of public service. There is no question that. And yet, in that public service, even going back to the 1970s, you see an effort or willingness to err on the side of secrecy, on the side of power politics, to not consult Congress, to actually insult Congress, and to concentrate power in the presidency, in the White House, to do the things that he and his allies wanted to do. And then, yes, as we note, he then became a very stark critic of Donald Trump for using that concentrated power, ultimately to force his own daughter, Cheney's own daughter, from a position of leadership in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, just the irony of the way Trump approaches power really fulfilling the goals that Dick Cheney set out to accomplish decades before Donald Trump became president.
And
thanks, Dick.
I do think that again, if we look at where the Republican Party is today and how it sees the presidency as almost an unlimited base of power, and a base of power to make not just political moves, but economic moves. I think you have to recognize Cheney as someone who created that and who played an absolutely central role in telling Republicans that if you get power, you should do what you want to do.
Yeah.
John Nichols, I want to thank you for being with us, executive editor of The Nation, author of many books, including The Rise and Rise of Richard.
Yes, that is what Dick Cheney believed. He believed that the president should not be kept in check by the other legislative powers, that there should be, that the executive authority should be above all. So sick. Okay, here's a clip from Vice.
Find out how many planes.
I looked to see if Vice was available on YouTube. It's not, but it might be. It might become available. In which case we can watch.
Planes are in the air. Find out how many planes are in the air. Yes. Let's get these televisions working.
Can I get the president on the line, please? That's right. We got planes in the air. Nowhere for them to land.
I started one plane, unaccounted for, flying over Pennsylvania.
And permission for them to land at a Canadian airport.
Flying over Pennsylvania, of course. And 3 other planes are unaccounted for.
I'm seeing 5 planes unaccounted for. No, scratch that. I'm seeing 4. I've got 3 international airlines.
I have NORAD on the line.
That is correct. Yes, that is correct. Mr. Vice President, POTUS on line 1, sir.
Mr. President, the situation is extremely fluid. I strongly recommend
Sam Rockwell is so funny in this film.
you stay in the air. I have sequestered congressional leadership. Okay, then.
Sir, Don Rumsfeld is at the Pentagon on line 3.
That?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Dick, are there still passenger planes in the air? I need rules of engagement.
No, let's get the president back online, sir.
You have authorization to shoot down any aircraft deemed a threat.
Presidential authority?
That is correct. All orders are Unidir.
Unidir, sir? Unless otherwise directed.
The feeling is normally when you have this kind of situation.
By all accounts of what people saw in that room on that terrible day, there was confusion, fear, uncertainty. But Dick Cheney saw something else that no one else did.
He saw an opportunity.
He saw an opportunity. As the world becomes more and more confusing, we tend to focus on the things that are right there in front of us, while ignoring the massive forces that actually change and shape our lives.
The voice on the phone sounds like Steve Carell. It
Longer
was.
and longer hours for less and less. When we do have free time, the last thing we want is complicated analysis of our government, lobbying, international trade agreements, and tax bills. So it's no surprise that when a monotone, bureaucratic vice president came to power, we hardly noticed. As he achieved a position of authority that very few leaders in the history of America ever have.
Vice President,
These tax cuts are...
Get this started?
Forever changing the course of history for millions and millions of lives. And he did it like a ghost, with most people having no idea who he is or where he came from.
Well, that was the thing too, is like Dick Cheney was able to move in the shadows because people don't pay attention to the vice president. Y'all, the other day, less, a friend was telling me that he ran into his roommate's girlfriend and they started chatting. They were just catching up. And my friend mentioned JD Vance. I can't remember the context. And she goes, wait, who is that? And my friend goes, the vice president of the United States. And this is a person who like is in the world, goes to work, is on the internet. He has no emotion. It's just a reminder that a lot of people, they don't know who the vice president is. They don't pay attention to the vice president. The vice president is, for the most part, a very nothing position, which is why Cheney was an anomaly in that he not only was running the show, he was the most powerful vice president of all time and one of, if not the most powerful politician ever. Like he moved in the shadows, which meant that a lot of what he was doing, people weren't aware of. They weren't paying attention to. He was very effective in the power that he sought to obtain. He moved in the shadows because Bush was a clown busy dodging shoes. Yeah. I want to play Vice heart transplant scene. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. That is a perfect indication of the kind of person Dick Cheney was.
So Dick Cheney told his family that he was ready to die, and he wasn't afraid. Told them he had lived a full life, and that he had zero regrets.
Whew. Dick Cheney killed Jesse Plemons.
cross your arms, please. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
They say my heart could give him another 10 years. Cheney doesn't like to refer to it as someone else's heart. He likes to refer to it as his new heart. Which, even though I'm dead, I have to say, still makes me feel pretty shitty. And so, when Liz decided to run for one of Wyoming's 2 Senate seats against Republican incumbent Mike Enzi, our Dick was right there to hopefully see the Cheney legacy of power continue.
Are you aware Wyoming Senate candidate Liz Cheney supports gay marriage? Her sister is married to another woman, and Liz Cheney refuses to support a constitutional amendment banning same-sex marriage.
What is this? This is Vice.
Claiming
It's Adam McKay's film about Dick Cheney.
Rights issue. Don't you agree Wyoming deserves a senator who believes marriage should be between a man and a woman?
These calls went to every house in Wyoming. Every single house. I will never win. What are we gonna do?
Throw your sister under the bus?
We're joined here today by Liz Cheney, who is running for the Senate from the state of Wyoming. According to one poll, she is behind by double digits. Welcome.
Thank you for having me here, Chris. Great to be with you. And may I point out, there are other polls that have me much closer.
Your opponent, Senator Mike Enzi, claims that you support
sister?
gay marriage, in part because you support your gay sister Mary's union with her
I think
wife.
she's coming off very well.
How do you respond?
Let me be very, very clear. I do not support gay marriage. I believe that marriage is between a man and a woman.
But you've always claimed gay marriage is a state issue. Your opponent claims this is an equivocation.
All right, cut in the aorta. Do you have the specimen bowl ready?
It's on the field.
Yeah, this family is fucking nasty, okay? And that's why the fact that Kamala Harris and her campaign touted their endorsements from Dick and Liz Cheney and brought them around as they went to areas of the country like in Michigan that have heavily Arab American populations who have not forgotten, who are still experiencing the consequences of Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney. And that they genuinely believed that having the Cheneys would create some permission structure for Republicans, moderates to vote for a Democrat. People hate the Cheneys.
All right, here's the heart.
Please, Mom. I know that Liz
Yeah,
wouldn't
and
have
then had the audacity to try to blame Palestinian supporters.
done any of this if you and Dad didn't approve, so I can't believe you would do that. I really thought there was a limit to...
No, now you're just being hysterical, and I can't talk to you when you get this way. You need to settle down, okay? You're being hysterical.
Bypass the zone standby.
Is it in 3?
I'll have it waiting right here.
So callous. Heart transplant lasted 13 years.
All right, some suction.
colon, you little rat.
All right, we're almost there.
Why was he so unhealthy? So smoking, but also evil rots you. And there in the film, I think the heart attacks and the heart transplant, this whole, it's kind of like a metaphor for how you can sell your soul. You can sell your soul to the devil. But there are consequences. Like evil never dies, but evil rots you from the inside out. Evil never dies, but evil rots you. And so it's definitely this, it's to emphasize the Cheney's callousness, where, you know, another human being dies, Cheney's life is saved. His response is to be like, I don't spend any time wondering about the person whose heart I now have, that it's my heart, it's no one else's. That's to show you the kind of person who could utterly destroy, be the butcher of Iraq and not give a fuck, never ever regret it, say he would do it again in a heartbeat, no pun intended. That he truly is a sociopath. But also just the kind of, like I said, idea of selling your soul, giving your heart and soul over to just evil. It will rot you, although it won't kill you, unfortunately. It won't kill you early enough.
Dad.
Just breathe, baby. I love you.
Is it bad if I enjoyed this movie? No, it's great. Also, Adam McKay is a leftist. Like, this movie does not pretend to be nonpartisan at all. Liz Cheney hated this fucking film when it came out.
Patient's heart rate is stable. Blood pressure increasing. I'm gonna notify the family. What should I tell them?
Tell them the patient's doing well.
Okay.
We should be done in a half hour.
And there's the heart. There it is. Wait, I gotta see if what did Adam McKay say on Cheney? I don't know if does he have Twitter? I don't know if he has Twitter. Here's what David Sirota said. The country's highest profile Democratic politicians spent the day valorizing Dick Cheney while Democratic voters were busy electing Zohran Mamdani. Let that sink in. Yeah, if that doesn't show you who the establishment Democrats are, who the Democratic Party is, then I don't know what to tell you. That they were Christian Bale thanking Satan at the Golden Globes. Yeah, he won the Globe for.
Teaser over there, Adam. He said, I've got to find somebody who can be absolutely charisma free and reviled by everybody. So he went, that's got to be Bale. Thank you to Satan for giving me inspiration on how to play this role.
Are you just now finding out Christian Bale is British? Yes. Wait, raise your hand if you just found out Christian Bale is British. Have you never seen Pocahontas? Hello, a young Christian Bale voicing Thomas in Pocahontas. I was always shocked that Trump would ever say anything negative about Cheney's daughter. I mean, that's how scary Cheney was. I used to have nightmares about John Bolton. I see him differently now, but it was a terrifying time. The Neons do not care. They still don't. I kind of suspect Elliot Abrams. Yeah, I mean, Liz Cheney was one of the biggest anti-Trump Republicans. And so thus began the Cheneys versus MAGA. And that was why the Harris campaign brought on board the Cheneys, thinking that they would get never Trump Republicans on board. Still awful. No, fuck Liz Cheney. Fuck Dick Cheney. Hell is not hot enough. But the thinking was that never Trump Republicans would get on board with the Harris campaign by having the Cheneys as part of the big tent. Palestinians not allowed. Sorry, the tent's not big enough. Tent's not big enough for Palestinians and Palestinian supporters. But it is for the Cheneys. So many people have never listened to Christian Bale's Freak Out audio. Yeah, that's how they don't know that he's British. Anyway, Vice would be a great one to watch for a film night if it's ever available. This is Dick Cheney's legacy. May he burn in hell for eternity. America's war on terror displaced 37 million people. Contributed to millions of deaths. I mean, it's impossible to count because of the consequences of the post 9/11 wars still being felt today. U.S. post 9/11 wars in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, the most violent conflicts in which the U.S. government has engaged in the name of counterterrorism since September 11, 2001, have taken a tremendous human toll. Indirect deaths are estimated to be 3.6 to 3.8 million, bringing the total death toll, including direct and indirect deaths, to 4.5 to 4.7 million and counting. Precise mortality figures remain unknown. At least 408,749 civilians in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen died as a direct result of the post 9/11 wars. U.S. drone strikes and other military operations in Somalia, Libya, and elsewhere have also caused civilian deaths. As of May 2023, more than 7.6 million children under 5 in post 9/11 war zones suffer from acute malnutrition. Over the course of the post 9/11 wars, over 38 million people from Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, the Philippines, Libya, and Syria were displaced either abroad or within their own countries. Being internally displaced by war is associated with higher rates of indirect deaths. Yeah. U.S. caused leukemia in Iraq. Yeah. So this is what we refer to as the environmental, right? Like when we talk about the environmental effects of dropping this amount of bombs on a region. And it's the kind of thing that for decades, I mean, this is still like in Japan, decades after the atomic bombs were dropped, how many Japanese who were multiple generations removed from that era developed leukemia, developed other other diseases and cancers as a result of how deadly and destructive atomic bombs are. It's not just the people who are killed directly from bombs being dropped on them. The use of depleted uranium weapons took a major toll on the populations of Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. And that is also Dick Cheney. Not long after the U.S. began bombing Iraq, doctors started to say that they were seeing a huge increase in rates of cancer and abnormalities in babies. In 2010, researchers finally showed that this wasn't anecdotal. In Fallujah, leukemia rates increased by 2,200% and childhood cancer increased by 1,260%. They also found that brain tumors rose by 740%. Infant mortality rates were 820% higher than they were in neighboring countries. The explanation for all this was simple: uranium. The researchers found the element in women's hair and believe that uranium weapons were used by the U.S. in Iraq. Similar evidence was found in Gaza, where Israel has used uranium weapons against civilians. I included the comparison here to another atrocity, not because I want to diminish it. The U.S. attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki should be regarded as despicable. But I want to underline that the U.S. has a long history of human rights abuses, and I also want to highlight that not all those abuses get the same recognition. Look at if you compare Hiroshima to Iraq and the increase in leukemia rates. Do you have the link for this post? Here we go. Yeah, just devastating effects.
Vote today is for my leftist friends who think that voting and participating in electoral politics, even on the local level, is a waste of time. Why is it important? And that have said, oh, we can't do anything because you've got to work with the Albany. What do you say to those people that we're trying to convince today that it is worth it to them to go out and vote in this election?
So I think the key would be that we're not asking everyone to become an electoralist. We're not asking everyone to say that the only way to change the city that we love is through the ballot box. What we are saying is this is 5, 10, 15 minutes of your time. This is one way to bring that future forward. And this is one way to actually tangibly cast your vote in support of a vision of a city that belongs to all of us. And then you can do all of the other organizing that is so critical to winning that future, whether you're organizing tenants, whether you're on the front lines of immigration advocacy, whatever it may be. We need every single way to win the future that we deserve.
Right. And we can go back to hating right after we vote.
Yeah, come on, please.
Go back to hating.
Just tomorrow. Just do it tomorrow.
Just tomorrow. You can go back to hating tomorrow. I thought that was a great answer, right? He's talking about how he understands that electoral politics is not the one and only answer. But that, and understandably, people decide not to vote when they feel that the choices are bad. Okay, I wanted to read this is a piece in the New Yorker written by Rosina Ali about what Zohran Mamdani's bid for mayor reveals about being Muslim in America. The Islamophobic attacks on the candidate carry the weight of history and the urgency of the present. And again, thank you to people like Dick Cheney, who played a huge part in not just normalizing, but institutionalizing Islamophobia. The surveillance via legislation like the Patriot Act, that is yet another stain on Dick Cheney's record. Okay, so I want to read this part. I imagine that Vance's claim that Muslims aren't real victims of 9/11 was difficult to stomach for the Muslims who lost a loved one in the towers or on the planes. It must have been heartbreaking, for instance, to the mother of Mohammed Salman Hamdani, a 23-year-old EMT and a police cadet who had rushed into one of the towers soon after the attack started. His family went searching for him in local hospitals to no avail. When authorities arrived at their home, it was not to offer help, but to question them. The government suspected that Hamdani was an accomplice to the hijackers. Months later, his remains were found in the Ground Zero wreckage. They said his body parts were in 34 pieces, his mother told NPR. Today, Hamdani is counted among the victims, but his name is not listed on the same plaque as other first responders at the World Trade Center Memorial. So fucked up. Mamdani in his speech had declared that he was speaking to any New Yorker who feels that they carry a stain that can never be cleaned. Even some of the dead, it seems. Epithets such as extremists and jihadists are used to describe Mamdani so casually and with such regularity that they're hardly notable anymore. When Eric Adams, the sitting mayor, endorsed Cuomo, he warned that Islamic extremism might overcome the city if Cuomo loses. No one pressed him on whether he was saying that Mamdani was an Islamic extremist or challenged him on the basis of the suggestion. There's been little, if any, political cost to peddling such rhetoric throughout the years. In 2016, Hillary Clinton spoke of Muslim Americans being on the front lines to identify and prevent terrorism, while Trump declared, "I think Islam hates us." Many Americans don't recognize Islamophobia as racism at all, believing that it's just a sensible position. People will straight up be like, "I'm not racist. I just hate Muslims." And everyone goes, "Yay, me too." Even in liberal circles. Believe that it's just a sensible position, as the conservative media personality Megyn Kelly insisted last week. A favorite line of Cuomo's during his campaign has been that Mamdani is too socialist to be a Democrat. But in suggesting that Mamdani would celebrate another 9/11 and alleging that Mamdani is a radical, Cuomo seems on the brink of articulating another charge, that Mamdani is too Muslim to be mayor and that there is something wrong with being Muslim in this country. Adams and Sliwa have denied their comments are Islamophobic, and Cuomo has insisted that he condemns such racism against Mamdani. But the dog whistles are shrill and familiar, and there is one significant way that the anti-Muslim attacks faced by Mamdani differ from those of years past. He was not born in the United States, and explicit calls for his denaturalization and deportation have recently grown louder, accompanied by vague allegations that he lied on his citizenship application. Many Muslim immigrants were deported in the years after the September 11th attacks, but the demand to denaturalize public figures has little historical precedent. First tortured, often tortured, and then deported. This is, of course, no longer a fringe demand, as Trump's Muslim ban once seemed. Muslim students who protested the war in Gaza have been picked off the streets of New York City and sent to immigration detention, and are fighting the government's efforts to denaturalize them too. In the years since 9/11, the Muslim community's trust in government, law enforcement, and politicians has eroded spectacularly. Mamdani understood early in his campaign that he could not take Muslim support for granted. New York City is home to about 1 million Muslims, nearly a quarter of the country's entire population. Since his campaign started, he has personally visited 55 mosques. His staffers have visited more than 200. Every week he attends Friday prayers and speaks to a congregation. No mayoral candidate in New York's history has made such an effort to reach so many of the city's Muslims. Mamdani's opponents warn that his victory will lead to dystopia, but for many, dystopia is already here. On the streets, ICE agents tackle people to the ground and pull parents from their clinging children. As the government shutdown enters its 5th week, hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers are preparing for their health insurance premiums to skyrocket. More than a third of the country's Muslims live below the poverty line. Many Muslims in New York City who work as taxi drivers, halal cart vendors, and office janitors live in dense working-class neighborhoods. At one point during the height of the pandemic, a Muslim community in the city was holding 15 funerals every day. Any mayor will have to attend to this constituency, these Muslims who are not just Muslims. I mean, look, I think ultimately it's about ideology, right? It's championing people whose ideology is based in support of the working class. But the Muslim representation that now is a reality because Zohran Mamdani is the new mayor of New York City is I think something that we do need in this moment, right? Like it's not like he's a Muslim guy who's MAGA. Okay. He's a Muslim who is a socialist and who has been advocating for all New Yorkers, including Muslims, not leaving them out of the conversation, and specifically addressing the Islamophobia that he and every Muslim has to deal with and is expected to tolerate. It's not just that they deal with it, but that they're expected to tolerate it, that the indignities they experience every single day in this country are to be tolerated. And so having a person who speaks on that, whose lived experience is the reality of being a Muslim in the United States of America, I do think is important representation in this moment. When we have seen so much Islamophobia, not just from Zohran's, not just via his running for mayor, but also in response to the genocide in Palestine, and how so many of the attacks are just rooted in pure Islamophobia, the dehumanization of Palestinians, like the dehumanization of all Muslims, of Arabs, of the Middle East, minus Israel. Also seems like socialism is going to save young men. NBC News exit polling on young men 18 to 29. New York City Mamdani plus 40. Oh, you mean that the way to appeal to young men is not an old ass Democrat who's like, "Hey, how do you do, fellow kids?" Skullho, thank you for the tier 1. I think there was a More Perfect Union piece. Okay, wait. Let me just search this. More Perfect Union, young men. Why young men? Well, this is kind of long. It's 30 minutes long. Maybe we'll watch another day. But yeah, the idea being young men, like young people, like working class people, they are struggling. They are suffering, and life is not getting better. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, nobody has time for that right now. And by nobody, I mean me. A CUNY professor was invited to write a similar article for Time about Islamophobia and the race, but they cut the piece up in the edits and she removed it. What the fuck? The feeling when you're invited to write a piece about racism only for the edits to be racist. New level unlocked. Last week, Time magazine solicited a piece from me on Zohran Mamdani and anti-Muslim hate. I pitched to Framing RE the dehumanization of Muslims and how Mamdani's inclusive socialist campaign and its content resists that. They agreed. I wrote the piece. I got the piece in ahead of the deadline. The editor who solicited the piece gave me edits back. We went back and forth a bit. Fine. On Friday, she sent me the final version in PDF. I don't click on it immediately, thinking it's what we agreed upon. On Saturday night, I clicked to take a look. The piece has nothing to do with what I wrote. This version changed my argument into a fluff piece on Muslims belonging, mentions of Cuomo's legal support for Netanyahu, U.S. imperialism, etc., all removed. Instead, they asked me to expand on parts where I talked about violence my own family members experienced. They wanted me, in short, to be a token Muslim and write a fluff piece about representation, not dehumanization. I wrote them Sunday that I was withdrawing the piece. This morning, the same editor wrote back apologizing, saying it was her boss that made these edits and that she understands my position. She said she still wants to work with me. Could I please give them more time? All day we edited back and forth. I refused to back down on any of the central points. No byline is worth any negotiation on integrity. She said we were coming to a consensus. The day dragged on. I asked her to please not waste my time if they weren't going to take it. 4 p.m. I get a message. They want more edits. They aren't going to publish it for tomorrow morning as promised. Could I please continue to work with them? I let them know in no uncertain terms that they should be ashamed about this process and pulled the piece. This is my fault for trusting this outlet. It's my fault for throwing good time after bad. But anyway, here's the story of how I was asked to write about anti-Muslim racism. I had yet another incident of it. Like literally, I wrote about how my mom was spat at during the first Gulf War, and that's the part they wanted me to write more about. I'm actually so upset. Zachary Foster said, Time Magazine's an absolutely toxic magazine. I had a similarly toxic experience. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, they just wanted trauma porn. That's what they wanted. They didn't want a broader, they didn't want a piece that was broader in its in its highlighting of rampant pervasive Islamophobia and how it relates to Mamdani's campaign. Time for a new magazine, methinks. Okay, in other news, Nature's healing. Dick Cheney is dead. We have our first Muslim socialist as mayor of New York City. And Ryan Murphy's new show starring Kim Kardashian has the worst Rotten Tomatoes score. Literally 0%. 0%. The Guardian gave it 0 stars. Oh, nature is healing. Nature is healing. Is there a trailer? This pile of trash.
Boy, do I love coming here. Walking down that hallway shaped like a clown cervix. Beef curtains.
Why is Glenn Close in this project? I don't know. Somebody get Glenn Close in better shit.
Black May West. As much as I'd love to continue to exchange pleasant cocktail pleasantries, there is a war to be won.
You better walk.
Teyana Taylor, too good for this. Too good.
It's you. Right this way. You better walk. You're the best divorce lawyers in town.
Stop casting Kim K. She
Tell
cannot
us
act.
the whole story. We got married when I was still an undergrad. We were.
And here's the thing: you can't have Kim K. You can't have Kim K in a lead in your show and surround her with Oscar nominees, Emmy winners. It doesn't matter.
Love, it was all perfect.
It ain't
Except
gonna
for
fix
this
it.
One small thing.
I trusted him.
How did this ever happen to me?
She's not getting. Okay.
Men, they are terrified of women in power. And women besting men in divorce? No.
God, I love my job. It's how my
Girl
clients
bosses.
every day. You never really know a person. It's just a trap.
Guess who's here with me right now?
Like, honestly, I think it's a sign. I think it's a sign of the times that this Ryan Murphy slop ain't hitting anymore.
Chase, say bye-bye to your future ex-wife.
People are rejecting it.
See you in court, you poor discarded. Let's light her on fire.
This is showtime, lady.
You are the victim here. And every tear you shed is $100K in your pocket. Make it rain.
Here there is no safe word. You can't tell us to stop.
You infertile, career-obsessed. Stand up straight and breeze into that room like a storm no one saw coming.
You are not taking so much as a ballpoint pen.
0% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Enough edging, counselor. Let us come already.
One more. Before you comment on my new appearance, please know that this look is mine. Nothing more than next Halloween's costume, where I will be dressed.
Every Kim K line, it trash.
As
Trash
a
delivery. Okay, so Hulu's new Ryan Murphy legal drama All's Fair has not been given the kind of debut either its creator or star Kim Kardashian had hoped for. While the new legal series will no doubt find its way to the top of the Hulu chart in the coming days, it currently has a 0% rating from critics on Rotten Tomatoes and is not faring much better with audiences. When All's Fair was announced almost 2 years ago, many people were quite skeptical about the combination of Murphy, Kardashian, and a host of big names in a female-centric legal series. You mean people just aren't eating up the girl boss shit? As of time of writing, it seems that the fears were not groundless, and the show's been given the judge and jury treatment by unimpressed critics and viewers. All's Fair was promoted by Murphy as a high-end, glossy, and sexy adult procedural. At least he seemed to be right about the glossy bit, as many reviews have agreed that there's a lot of style over substance, to the point some have questioned whether the show is actually just a very long advert for makeup, clothes, and hair products. According to The Hollywood Reporter's Angie Han, Murphy and Kardashian are a match made in something, but not one that should perhaps be allowed to happen again. She writes, Kardashian's performance, stiff and affectless without a single authentic note, is exactly what the writing, also stiff and affectless without a single authentic note, merits. Ben Dowell of The Times did not give the series any more credit, saying it thinks it's a feminist fable about spirited lawyers getting their own back on cruel rich men, but is in fact a tacky and revolting monument to the same greed, vanity, and avarice it supposedly targets. First audience reviews were not good, with several calling the show an embarrassment to all involved, and others touting comments like jarring, manufactured trash, one of the most poorly written shows I've seen, and a decisive Kim cannot act. However, Kim Kardashian has her fan base, and they have shown some support for the series, of course. One 5-star review says, this is definitely a woman's show, so men, leave your opinions out. Kim, you ate. Did she? Speaking of Kim K, I swear my hatred of Kim K is so warranted. Okay. Kim Kardashian reveals she uses ChatGPT for legal advice on her law exam questions during her Vanity Fair lie detector interview. I used it for legal advice, so when I'm needing to know the answer to a question, I'll take a picture and snap it and put it in there. They're always wrong. It has made me fail tests, and then I'll get mad and I'll yell at it and be like, you made me fail. Why did you do this? Me after using ChatGPT to pass the bar exam and getting my first client sentenced to death for a parking ticket. Oh my God. And do y'all remember when she posted this, which was so bizarre? She posted this on her Instagram story. It was just a screenshot of a conversation with ChatGPT 4.0. Looking back, it's funny now knowing she was making ChatGPT apologize for giving her the wrong answers on her law exam. Thanks for taking accountability. That's huge in my book. I really appreciate you saying that. It means a lot, especially coming from like she. Everything is so stupid. Everything is so stupid, except for the fact that Zohran became I almost said president. Zohran is now the president, and Prop 50 passed. And people are rejecting the heinous Republican policies. This whole, oh God. And Kim thinks the earth is flat because of TikTok she saw. Yep. Yes. So don't mind me as I'm over here giggling about the fact that All's Fair has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, and that it is just as bad as I thought it would be when it was announced 2 years ago. It's wild that even the rich and famous don't have anyone better to talk to than ChatGPT about this kind of stuff. Well, I also think that I'm sure Kim has some financial interest in AI. This woman is always benefiting from everything that she does. Sometimes the critics get it wrong. Oh, yes. In this case, do you think so? Do you think that the critics got it wrong? Sometimes they do. Okay. This was in World of Real today. Paramount has blacklists for stars deemed overtly anti-Semitic, which is funny considering that it's some of the biggest talent in Hollywood who signed the pledge that they would not work with companies and with like producers and production companies that have direct ties to Israel's government and are benefiting from the genocide. This also includes Millie Alcott and David Corenswet, the stars of Superman. Under the newly appointed head honcho David Ellison, Paramount has made it clear that it won't be business as usual in Hollywood any longer. They're trying to reconfigure the landscape, and it's already taking a toll. A fascinating new report from Variety offers insight into what's coming at Paramount. As you know, Paramount executives have been outspoken about their stance on the conflict in Gaza. Yes, this piece, which I think I'll probably cover tomorrow at length, but essentially David Ellison is trying to remake Hollywood, starting with Paramount and Skydance. He wants to remake it into a MAGA boys club. And we've already seen, too, the results of the current reactionary environment that we are living in. We've seen the result on progress that was made in Hollywood. Hollywood's backslide into white male directors becomes undeniable. The number of directors of color having not continued to increase and in fact decreased. The backlash to progress that was made being felt in the film industry. Yeah, so Nepo baby David Ellison, who used daddy's money to purchase Paramount and Skydance and is eyeing Warner Brothers as well. He wants to make Hollywood white, male, and MAGA. This is how we make America great again. When Paramount pulled a Nathan For You up for being anti-Semitic, yeah. So Paramount, what we've been seeing coming out of Paramount is because of the merger with the Ellison-owned Skydance. So now they are in control of Paramount and Skydance. And that is why Paramount was the first studio to publicly condemn the boycott signatories, which include Javier Bardem, Joaquin Phoenix, Emma Stone, Mark Ruffalo, and thousands of others in the industry, including some of the biggest A-list names. David didn't sign it. Someone faked it. Oh, motherfucker. Okay, remember how I said before, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this shit on Twitter where you like pretend that celebrities have either fundraised for Palestine, that they have signed things. Don't do this. What the fuck? Hi, sorry to say that this name was added because a troll went to great lengths to pretend to be David Corenswet. They pretended to be David Corenswet in correspondence. That is so fucked up. Corenswet's name has now been removed from the pledge. Can you please delete this post? Appreciate your help with this. A troll went to great lengths to pretend to be him. Like, why? Don't do this, please. I said this before when I saw posts that were popping off on Twitter where it was like, Zendaya raises millions for children in Palestine. And it's like, okay, Zendaya, like at one point had posted a link, but they were directly attributing like her having fundraised on her own millions of dollars. And it's just that kind of, it's like, okay, that's not, I guess, as bad misinfo wise as doing this kind of shit. So frustrating. Stuff like this is a natural consequence of treating war in Palestine as nothing but a means of scoring points in stan culture wars. Yeah, I do think that's true. I have seen the various standums try and denigrate celebrities and their stands by bringing Palestine into it. And it's really gross. The genocide of Palestinians is not a point to score in Stan Wars. I see that stuff all the time. The pop-based headline core. Frustrating. Okay, anyway. Anywho, there are plenty of people who did sign this pledge. So Paramount became the first major Hollywood studio to publicly reject a high-profile letter signed by stars including Stone and Bardem that urged a cultural boycott of Israeli film institutions accused of engaging in genocide and apartheid against Palestinians. Warner Brothers later took the same position. That's actually probably why David Corenswet too, as Superman, as Superman himself, would not sign something like this pledge, seeing as Warner Brothers took the same position that Paramount did. Sources tell Variety that it has gone as far as Paramount creating a sort of blacklist of talent the studio will not work with because they are deemed to be overtly anti-Semitic. I like that this phrasing here of overtly anti-Semitic almost makes it seem like there's a level of anti-Semitism that's okay, like a little anti-Semitic, but not overtly anti-Semitic. And overtly anti-Semitic is when you sign pledges to boycott film institutions in Israel that are directly engaged in the genocide and apartheid of Palestinians, as well as xenophobic and homophobic. What the hell? We're just throwing in other phobics here? Huh? How in the fuck do you make the leap from being anti-Israel to, first of all, being anti-Semitic, which we've seen all the time, but also to that then being homophobic? It's just a phobic salad. Whether the boycott signatories are on that list is unclear, but who are we kidding here? They probably would not actually boycott major talent like Emma Stone or Mark Ruffalo, but certainly this has been happening to people who don't have that star power. These blacklists have been occurring in Hollywood. 1950s McCarthyism never died out, unfortunately. It just was a little dormant. And the backlash against Israel's crimes has brought out the blacklisting. Fuck Scream 7. Straight up. Fuck Scream 7. Variety claims that Ellison's goal is to turn Paramount into a MAGA-friendly environment with content in the TV and movie divisions expected to be more America-centric and geared toward the middle of the country. Yeah, that's the Ellison's goal here is to magify Hollywood. What's up with Scream 7? So Scream 7 fired Melissa Barrera after she had posted, I believe she had reposted the words of an Israeli historian and scholar. And I think she had posted a link to fundraise for Palestinians. This was early on post October 7th. And she was very publicly fired, which then generated public backlash. People were pissed off that Melissa Barrera was fired for being morally correct, for being principled. Is this the Jenna Ortega? Jenna Ortega is also not returning, but I think that was due to Jenna Ortega has spoken up in support of Palestine, but I think her not returning is because she's just too famous and has so much going on. The Kyle Rittenhouse biopic brought to you by AI Slop and co-starring Tilly Norwood. Ah, yes. The type of culture that I have been craving Absolutely craving. Yeah, so Jenna left voluntarily, but Melissa was fired and was subsequently blacklisted. Although she has managed to book work, which is great. But in solidarity with Melissa Barrera, I will not be. I already told my team, I was like, please don't accept any sponsors for Scream 7. I am in solidarity with Melissa Barrera. I cannot possibly express how happy and inspired and awestruck and full of hope I am tonight. Thank you all for supporting Zoran, and thank you, New York, for showing it's possible. This is the best birthday gift. Happy birthday. I could have imagined. Much love to you, Caroline, and chat room. Yeah, you know what? Let's just take a moment. Let's take a moment, y'all. Let's just take a moment. Hold on. I got something for us. I got something for us in this moment we are taking. Birds flying high.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me, yeah. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me. Woo, 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 woo. And I'm feeling good. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done, that's what I mean. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for me. Stars, when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Oh, so, Nina. Okay, and then we're going to live out a little bit. I promise I'm not doing fight song. I promise I'm not. But we are doing. Come on, y'all.
I was born by the river
In a little tent.
Oh, and just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will.
Oh, yes, it will.
It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. 'Cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gon' come. Oh, yes, it will. I go to the movie and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gon' come.
Change gonna come, y'all.
Oh, yes it will.
Yes, it will.
Then I go to my brother and I say, brother, help me please. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Oh, there've been times that I thought I could last for long, but now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes it will.
Yes, it will. Woo! Oh, y'all. You know what? You know what? Gotta believe. Gotta believe. You gotta keep fighting. Gotta keep going forward. A change coming, Loki. Loki. I think change gonna come. Loki. No, we are 1000% not doing fight song. I will not do that to you guys. Okay. Well, I think that's a good place to leave it for tonight on the politics front. On the change gonna come front. And let's see. We can do a little bit of gaming. Ooh. Ooh. Excuse me. Pardon. Pardoname. Does anybody know what the that was the trailer for that I pulled up? Things always seem impossible until it's done. That is true. That is true. All right, y'all. If you are if you're calling it a night, thank you for spending time in here. You know you're going to be in China in the middle of dispatch. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean in the middle of Call back to that chatter's message earlier.
I actually went into Will Neff's chat and he's talking about playing saxophone with your asshole. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about playing saxophone with your mouth, but respirating through your sphincter. It's totally different. Does anybody even listen to me anymore?
What does
I'm
this...
talking about a Nobel Prize accredited study. What you're talking about is farting into a woodwind instrument. There's a difference. God damn it.
What does this man talk about on his stream? Deanie, thank you for the gifted. What is happening over there? Why is he talking about playing saxophone and assholes? Get a load of this guy. This guy seems pretty unhinged, huh? God, get a load of that guy. Why are we ass playing sax? I don't know. This guy's crazy. This guy's got him scared to death. Hope he doesn't see right through me. Now I really wish that I knew how to swim. Okay, y'all, nothing like closing out election night with a little bit of dispatch. That sounded weird when dispatch. Dispatch. Dispatch or dispatch or dat patch? Dispatch or dat patch? Which patch? I don't know. Okay, as I was saying, thank you for spending some time with me this evening. Inshallah, solidarity. We take the wins, we celebrate, we keep moving forward. We don't let anybody yuck our yum. Been waiting since Wolf Among Us for this. Yeah. Apparently I was considered to voice a character in this game, but then it was too late. They had already recorded because the game makers, fun fact, Caroline Kwan Gaming, making waves. I've got a little bit of motion. Here, folks. The game makers who also did Wolf Among Us, they watched me play Wolf Among Us and they loved my gameplay, and they also, I don't know, I guess I've just got a voice for games. And they wanted to have me potentially voice a character, but they had already, it was like they were thinking of doing changes, yada yada. Didn't end up happening, but maybe another day. Okay, anything I should change here? This is how subtitles will appear.